Are we ready? Oh, he's coming in. Okay, I'll wait. Yeah, it's a nice day.
Hello, our board.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Ventura County Community College District. Item 102 is the listing of our ground rules and our board vision. Item 103, Chancellor, your recommendation of the agenda before us.
The agenda is recommended as presented.
Thank you. Item 104, changes to the agenda. And you know what? I didn't bring them down. Several items. Thank you. Okay, additions to the item to the agenda. Since it was originally posted, item 2.04, public employee performance evaluation, the chancellor. We received reports under 603 from SEIU and 1901, the student trustee report. And two revisions, item 1201, action to approve / ratify personnel. The attachment was updated. And item 1501, action to approve resolution 2024-03. The signature portion of the resolution was updated to reflect appropriate trustees. Important change right there. Thank you. And does anybody have any agenda items they wish pulled? Trustee Chancellor. Okay.
Before the general meeting to ask student trustee to chair.
Okay. And then I don't think I have any public comments on closed session items. Pardon? Okay, thank you. And with that, then we will move into closed session under all items listed: conference with legal counsel on an existing litigation, conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, excuse me, conference with labor negotiators for both AFT and SEIU, and as mentioned, public employee performance evaluation, chancellor. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. We will reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Ventura County Community College District. Beginning with, resuming with item 3.01, the pledge to the flag, and Trustee Lichtel, would you lead us?
Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 3.02, closed session report. I have one item to report on. And that is, it was moved by Trustee Lichtel and seconded by Trustee Chancer and carried on a 5-0 unanimous vote that the board reject the claim in the matter of Aracha Bolanos Guevara versus Ventura County Community College District. And under public comments, 303, we have, do we have any speaker cards for tonight? No. Is anybody in the room wishing to make a public comment? If not, we do have 5 written public comments, all dealing with the topic of the remote work pilot program update. And under item 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees, 4.02, recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees will all be referenced in the various reports that will be made throughout this meeting to the board.
Chair Perez.
Trustee Chancer.
On those written comments, the first one that we received, I'm just going to read the first part of it. It said, "This is the third request made under the California Public Records Act." I'm just wondering for clarification, has that request been fulfilled?
Yes. And it's public comment, not an item for discussion, but we can answer in the affirmative. Has been responded to.
Can we BCC'd a copy of whatever response was given to the constituent that made the request?
Chancellor.
Provide a follow-up written update to the board as a result of that request.
Okay, 4.03, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions actually leads us into item 4.04, which is the State of the Region report presented by Mr. David Marin. David, there you go. Thank you for being here. Ben.
There we go. That a little better? Okay. What I said earlier was, Mr. Perez, you do a great job if you couldn't have heard me. So hello, I'm David Marin. I'm with the Ventura County Civic Alliance. We are a nonprofit focused on regional issues in Ventura County. Every 2 years, we produce this report, and looks like we're getting there. For anybody who is interested, this can be downloaded at Ventura County, I'm sorry, at civicalliance.org. Okay, thank you, Dan. Okay. We cannot go around and share this report without the support of our sponsors, a couple of our larger ones. The research sponsors, the Ventura County Community Foundation. We're very grateful to have the Ventura County Community College District being a partner with us and being our title sponsor. And some of our other sponsors are Era Energy, AT&T, Channel Islands University, Limonera, County of Ventura, and the Port of Hueneme. All the sponsors are listed on the inside back cover. So some highlights from the report. I'm going to start off in this upper right corner with the median age. So the important fact is that Ventura County continues to get older. And in 2021, we hit 38.7. And I just checked the 2022 data, and we are up to about 39. Okay, thank you. So What this means, we break out the population by each cities, but some of our cities are older and some are younger. You can see that information along there. Agriculture continues to be one of the continues to be a $2 billion industry in Ventura County, about 3.5% of our economy. Strawberries continue to dominate. Community engagement, your elected officials. I like to share the statistics as far as Ventura County. The blue represents Democratic registration, red is Republican, and green is no party preference. You can see blue has stayed about level over the last 20 plus years. But the no party preference has grown considerably and at the expense of Republicans. We also break it down by city, and in the past, we would have multiple cities where there was a plurality of Republican registration, but now only one city, that of Simi Valley, has a plurality of Republicans. Others like Ojai, Oxnard, Port Hueneme have a majority Democrat. I'd like to share just the impact of our local nonprofits, representing over about 3,000 nonprofits in Ventura County. Some are very small, but we have over 10,000 people in this county who work in nonprofits, either full or part-time, contributing about almost $500 million of wages every year. So a very significant part of our economy. In the economy, we have come back from the Great Recession to some degree. That was around here. This is the employment, the number of people employed. We grew and grew, and then we hit the pandemic, and we're almost back to where we were, but we haven't had gigantic growth over the years. Chart's hard to read, but what this is showing, this is looking at service providing jobs. The upper half of the chart shows the number of people working in those industries. So just looking at the number of people, let's say in some of these industries like leisure and hospitality, we can see an increase in jobs in that industry. But IT, we've had a decline. Financial services, we've had a decline. Yet those are the highest paying jobs. So what we need to produce we need to attract employers who pay well, and we need to produce the workforce that will attract those businesses, because otherwise somebody gets a job in leisure and hospitality because it's growing, but how did they move up the ladder? I know that your workforce development efforts are very strong in that regard to try and match our future workforce to the needs of our industry. This chart here shows our economy in Ventura County, which has been pretty much flatlining for the last decade. While the nation and the state have been growing, Ventura County is just about a $58 billion local economy. So important to see that rise. Education, anybody interested in education here? Okay. This is a challenging statistic for those in your position as policymakers, is to understand that because we have a declining birth rate, a greater age, we are seeing a decline in the enrollment of students. And the blue line up there is K through 8. We've gone down about 15,000 students just in the last 20 years. The green line is the high school years, but the projection is just as dismal, that we are going to continue to see a decline in students because we're just not having enough babies. We just are not growing at the rate that we should. Here's what it looks like for some of your larger feeder districts. At the top row in each of these lines is 2019 down to 2022, but Moore Park Unified has declined. Oxnard Elementary, significant decline. Oxnard Union has stayed about steady, but Simi Valley has declined, and also Ventura Unified and Caneo is probably the steepest decline. So this is a challenge. I'm always asked, well, could this just be people are homeschooled, maybe private schools, but the numbers are not, they're too big to be homeschooled. It's just, it's a decline in the number of young people. Of course, you know your numbers as far as the community colleges, the decline over the years. I know that you've come back a little bit for the 2023 year, but when we look at sort of your peak years there, like around 2018, the question is, as much as you want to get back to that peak kind of enrollment, do we really have the kids here to go there? I mean, that's going to be a challenge. I like to share this at times because it shows that I think people are surprised to learn that Oxnard College is the oldest community college as far as the number of people who attend. You have over about 8% there that are 40 and above. So just an interesting number. Of course, you have all that data. Here's the same information for the four-year universities in our area. The red line is Channel Islands. You can see the decline they've taken. Cal Lutheran has declined, and the bottom one is Thomas Aquinas, but very significant challenges for them as well. I do like to share this chart and point out to people just the value of education. This makes it emphatically clear that the longer you stay in school, even if you don't get that degree, the more you can look forward to earnings over your lifetime. So looking at a male high school graduate, about $37,000 is the average salary today. But if that young person had a bachelor's degree, their average would be around 80,000. That's double the amount. And green is girls, and unfortunately we have equity issues, but still with them, the same curve as far as the longer you stay, the more it pays. And those are just for 1 year. Think about that doubling over the course of somebody's 30 or 40-year career. How much extra money? So if you're trying to get somebody motivated to go to school, to go to community college, to get a certificate even, this is the chart that shows you why it's valuable, why it makes sense to even take out student loans. I'm going to hustle through some of these charts, but the green line is inflation adjusted dollars, showing that in Ventura County, our average family income has been about flat for the last 24 years. Of course, the number has gone up in the blue. That's the current dollars. Here's the real challenge for our young people. And I think why a lot of them maybe don't attend community college, because they have to work so hard to afford an apartment. So the average apartment rent in Ventura County was $2,700. We break it out by city, but here in Camarillo, for example, $2,600. It goes up and up. And the reason is that green line on the chart, which is showing you the vacancy rate. We have just had so few vacant apartments that there's all demand, no supply, and that means landlords are in the driver's seat. They can charge what they want. They can ask for extra qualifications, more deposits. It's a very challenging thing. And so what happens is you end up living in Fillmore and working in Thousand Oaks, and you're just on the road and you're away from family, more congestion. So it's very challenging to have the lower pricing farther away from our jobs. Great news in Ventura County, our oceans are cleaner, our air is clean, we're a very great place to live. Solar energy has been built a lot. This one shows the decline in fossil fuels, that's the orange, and the increase in electricity. So because we're going more solar, we're seeing people do the right thing. They are giving up fossil fuel like gas heaters and switching to electric appliances. So good news there. Solar capacity is growing. In the public health area, a couple of quick highlights. I do want to spend a moment on this. So I spoke about birth rate, and this puts it some real numbers. Back in 1990, we had about 12,700 births. Now, keep in mind, in 1990, we had less than 700,000 people in Ventura County. 30 years later, we're at about 840,000 people, and we've only had 8,700 births. So that translates to a rate of 10.5 births per 1,000 residents versus back here where we had 19. If you can get this birth rate up, however you wish to do that, you could really drive a lot of people to your community colleges. But I've said it before, we need more babies. So that's a couple of things.
Yeah.
Obviously, young people are moving out of the area. It's too expensive. They decide to move out. So we have to retain them. Number two is they wait longer to have kids. So encouraging them, if there are policies, and I say this to the elected officials in the cities, think about policies like making it easier with flexible hours for young families, things to help them, just letting them know where daycare is. That's so expensive. But I do think that our governments and private sector should try and find policies that'll encourage that kind of increase in the birth rate. But that is our challenge, is to keep them here, have the babies, have them younger. Opioid deaths, I do get a lot of laughs when I do that
Mhm.
slide for some reason. So, very serious issue in Ventura County. Our rate of opioid deaths are higher than LA and Orange County. This chart shows the breakdown of just fentanyl. In 2019, we had 40 fentanyl deaths. 4 years later, 4 times the amount of fentanyl deaths. So whatever you do, don't take anyone else's pills. If you don't know where it came from, it could be accidentally laced with fentanyl. There's a lot of it going around. They're very dangerous stuff. Public safety, we are the safest of the 15 largest counties in Ventura, in the state. So great news there. Our overall decline in the crime rate over the many, many years is great. And juvenile crime is down. We have breakdowns by cities. You can look in more detail, but Ventura County is a very safe place. We do have a tremendous need for those who are food insecure. This chart breaks it out. I think people are surprised just how many millions of meals are given out in Ventura County. Again, the report is available online at civicalliance.org. Homelessness, that continues to grow and be a significant problem in Ventura County. We break it out by city. We break it out by schools. When you look at the school number, though, that has not yet been adjusted by the state. So the state will find that some young people are homeless in 2 counties if they've moved. So that number will decline. And it's important to understand that student homelessness is measured differently than adults. It just means if you are in the slept at somebody's house or whatever, we don't really have students sleeping in the riverbanks or things like that. Okay, I'm about halfway. Just kidding. I'm almost done.
You're doing great, Dave.
Okay, I'm just about done. This is the increase in work from home. The number of people, as you would expect, mainly from the pandemic, that started to work at home continues to increase, and Ventura County has the same trajectory as most of our neighboring counties, but almost 10% of our population works from home. That's great for those of us who are on the freeways because we have a little less traffic, but it is it's just changing the world, just like we're doing this here on Zoom. It's a new world. And this shows you a decline in vehicle miles traveled, which is showing that even the 101 freeway from before the pandemic, we think it is so bad, the Camarillo crawl, all of that, but we've seen a decline in people driving on the freeways for many years now. And with that, thank you for the invitation to speak. We have some reports for others up on the table. Again, it's at civicalliance.org. We've been doing this for many years. And most of all, I do want to take the opportunity to share my gratitude with your board for being a sponsor and a partner with the Civic Alliance for many, many years, and acknowledge that Mr. Perez is a former member of the board of directors of the Ventura County Civic Alliance. So thank you for your past service as well.
Thank you for that, David, and thank you for your presentation. The time that we're able to allot for special presentations doesn't always do justice to the information that you, like tonight, that you bring forward. But I would recommend anybody and everybody to download the report. It's a great resource. I used it in my former career, and the chancellor and I and others most recently have used the report as we're going about making presentations throughout the county. And it's an eye opener. More and more people in the broader community should look at this data because there are a lot of challenging issues, all valid, but conflicting. And people, if they have a comprehensive view of the county, it would be most helpful as we grapple with those issues. So, and we're very proud to be a sponsor of the report. And anyone have any quick comments to add? Yep, Trustee Chancellor.
Not to top Chair Perez, because I think he said it perfectly, but I just had a question actually. First a statement at a policy level that this report sure helps us at the policy development level and some of the decisions that we are asked to make. I'm wondering, one of the hardest parts to read is the homelessness among children. And I'm wondering if we as a district have data that documents how many of our students are listed or classified as homeless, and if that would be something moving forward could be included in the report. just because I know we do have significant homeless student population within our 3 colleges. So that was just a request to, that's just a request.
Right. And
But-
thank you for pointing out that the chart was K-12.
Yeah.
And did not include community or four-year universities. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the work you do to pull this off.
All right, David, thank you. Thanks again. And please thank all your colleagues back at the Civic Alliance and tell them hello as well. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, with that, I just want to bring it to everyone's attention that before we address 4.05, we're going to handle item 16.01, which is action to approve expedited tenure for Professor Evan Hess of Oxnard College. Chancellor, who do you have that wants to introduce the background on this?
Thank you, Chair Perez. This is action to approve recommendation to expedite tenure prior to completion of the 4-year probation period for the listed faculty at Oxnard College, effective for the 24-25 academic year. And we do have President Kobe on here to address any questions or discussion the board may have.
And I'm sorry, before you begin, President Colbion, do I understand that Professor Hess is participating remotely and is with his class too, to understand? All right. Okay. All right.
Meeting, you had faculty introduce themselves and say a few words. I'm not sure if you'd like Professor Hess to say a few words.
Sure. If is he unmuted now? I can't.
Still on mute.
There you go.
Hello. You guys caught me at the perfect time. I'm right in between 2 classes right now with my paralegal students in a high flex setting. So I have students in person with me and behind me online on Zoom. I'm really happy to be here. I think that my being here is a testament to Oxnard College as the college with a heart, and all of the support I've received from other faculty, staff, and administrators. But 2 I want to call out instead of concentrating on myself is my department co-chair, Lois Sarney, and my dean, Isaac Rodriguez Lupercio, who've been really supportive in my 3 years with Oxnard College and making the transition from another college on over to here. And during a pretty tough, tenuous time with the leadership here at my division. And it's been absolutely wonderful to be here, and I really can't see myself anywhere else.
Thank you.
And no, I just want to acknowledge Professor Hess. He was formerly a tenured faculty member at another institution before coming to Oxnard College, and he's brought a lot of skill with him. He has applied for a BA program in applied advocacy, so he's taken the lead on that. He's also ensured that we receive our accreditation status for his program through the, oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank, Evan.
The American Bar Association.
American Bar Association. So, and I know that was a lot of work. It required a visit, very comprehensive. So Evan, thank you so much for all your hard work.
Okay, and with that, is there a motion to approve the recommended action? Moved by trustee Torres,
Second.
seconded by student trustee Figueroa. And student trustee, how do you vote?
Yes,
No hesitation there at all. No,
he's amazing.
she's playing with you there. So, and board, all in favor? Aye. And with one absent, that is trustee Mantu for the rest of the evening as well.
Is there
So-
opportunity for comment?
Yes, of course.
And so as a new board member and not understanding this process prior to this meeting, I think it's evident that we have a great process in place for our staff members, our professors to gain tenure. And I applaud the district for having such a process in place. At the same time, I think it's valuable that we have a process where we have a highly talented individual, which based on everything that I read and the recommendation that came forward, that we can fast track that individual in order to, for lack of a better term, keep them here locally with us, maybe for the duration of his career. So I'm happy to support the recommendation. Though I did have some questions prior to, because I am a systems person and I believe in processes. But it's great to know that we have something in place to address these types of issues. So thank you for that. Congratulations to you, sir.
All right. With that, carry on the rest of your class and congratulations and thank you for your service. All right. Okay, brings us back to item 4.05, which is always a fun item that we get to take care of every year, and that is the action to endorse the 2024 District Classified Employee of the Year nominee for the California Community Colleges Classified Employee of the Year Award. And I believe they're all present tonight, the four nominees, one from each college and from our district administrative center. And the first one, I'll introduce all four, and then we'll have you, and then make the announcement, and then we'll take a quick little break just for photos and congratulations, and then we'll resume with the meeting. So the first individual to be identified is Brian Derderian, Network Administrator 2 with the District Administrative Center. Brian continually goes above and beyond the call to duty. The many kudos and thanks from the campus community he has received this year are a testament to his commitment. And Brian, if you want to just step up to the podium there, and if you brought any guests with you, have them join you so they can all be seen, you know. Brian always has a smile on his face and friendly attitude each day and would go above and beyond to get the job done to keep everyone involved happy. In his nomination, Brian was commended for his involvement in CISOA, Chief Information Systems Officers Association of the California Community Colleges, and how he uses that platform to build relationships with other California community colleges and keep informed of state-level initiatives from the Chancellor's office, the State Chancellor's office. Brian would rather be working than staying home or taking a vacation. In addition, Brian continuously celebrates everyone for their contributions and enables others to stand on their own pedestal of success. Brian Derderian. The next nominee is Kristen Robinson, Student Activities Specialist at Moore Park College. Come on, Kristen. I know you not to be shy. Kristen is described as a jewel and exemplifies the student-first mentality. Her performance and professionalism are of the highest caliber, and she is often asked to join committees or focus groups that push her to go above and beyond even our hardest working employees. She demonstrates a service mind by agreeing to help the student and the campus wherever needed by attending and supporting students in performing arts, athletics, and club activities. She has recently been tasked with a role in support of civic events and voter engagement to promote the college to the community at large. This role will allow Kristen to help the college shine as brightly as she does. Kristen is an extraordinary employee who relates to our students by listening and being a person of action. We need more people like her in every educational institution. Kristen Robinson. The next nominee is Erica Hurtado, Tutorial Services Specialist 1, Ventura College. Erica serves as a source of inspiration and guidance for the community as she provides a foundation of growth for everyone who enters the tutoring center. She demonstrates exceptional leadership skills with her large team of tutors and student workers. She helps bridge the gap between student-faculty interaction by collaborating with department chairs to have embedded tutors in their classrooms. She promotes a safe space for VC's diverse students, staff, and faculty population by implementing appropriate practice and maintaining the college's mission, vision, and guiding principles. Erica is committed to serving as a leader by participating in various committees on campus that benefit the growth of the campus community. Additionally, she continues to dedicate her time towards creating more accessible resources for all students by actively listening to their concerns and creating plans to make change. Erica Hurtado, and who is it you have there with you? And her name? All right, Jocelyn, you're proud of your sister there. All right. And last but not least, Fidelia Flores, Financial Aid Specialist at Oxnard College. Fidelia, why don't you begin by introducing your guests with you? And as a mic, make sure somebody please make sure the microphone's on.
My mom,
Is it?
my other
You know their names?
Jessica. Oh, yeah, and Patty,
All right, great.
and my mom, Maria.
Okay. Okay, welcome. Okay, Fidelia shows commitment to Vision 2030 through her everyday interactions with students, going above and beyond to support their financial aid needs. She takes the time to listen to each student to identify what financial needs each student may have, depending on their varying circumstances. In addition, she was instrumental in writing the Catalyst grant that established the OC Dream Resource Center, which is a testament to her commitment to creating opportunities for students. Having walked the halls as a former Oxnard College EOPS student, she confidentially understands our students' unique challenges. Fidelia doesn't just talk the talk, she soars into action by actively participating in college, professional, and community activities and championing inclusivity. Fidelia's leadership extends beyond our institution through her involvement in local, statewide, and national activities. As the OC Foster Youth Liaison and State Chancellor's Office Foster Youth Liaison, Region 6 representative, she has significantly contributed to the broader community. Fidelia annually displays her commitment to community service by joining her siblings in donating backpacks and school supplies to all the first graders at McKenna Elementary School. She is wholeheartedly recommended for the Classified Employee of the Year. Fidelia Flores is more than just an employee. She's a financial aid superhero, a beacon of inspiration, and a true champion for the success of our students and our institution. And let me add, she has been selected as the Ventura County Community College District Classified Employee of the Year. Okay. Fidelia, before you leave, would you like to say a few words? I'll ask.
It's an honor to be able to work at Oxnard College, where I started my higher education career and able to transfer to the university. And I'm very thankful to be able to give back to my community. My sister who's watching via live, who lives in LA, Maria. Also, my wonderful supervisor, Linda Fasua, for giving me the opportunities to start my the journey where I'm at today as a student worker and as a specialist. And Maria Ruiz Cervantes, also another specialist where I learned a lot from her over the years. Gracie, who's here too, also a financial aid specialist, and the rest of the financial aid office, who I am happy to be able to go to work every day to work with them and be able to help other students, guiding them through their higher education journey. And then my colleagues, Carl Hill, for nominating me. Thank you.
Mhm.
And the rest of the people who I've been able to work with, like Dolores, Sergio, Dr. Cobian, Leah, Luis, and Chris. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Trustee Torres will do me the favor and translate that last paragraph for your benefits, mother's benefit.
Señora María, is it only Spanish, Fidelia?
Yes.
Señora María, queríamos nada más, dijeron palabras muy hermosas de Fidelia. No voy a repasar todo porque fue bastante, pero sí hay un punto al final que es muy hermoso que habla de quién es de su corazón, de su inspiración. Y sí quisiera poder decir esto en español para que usted pudiera escuchar lo que dijeron de su hija, porque sé que es un gran orgullo. Y una de las cosas que dijeron cuando fue nominada es: Fidelia Flores es más que solo una empleada. Ella es un superhéroe que ayuda a los estudiantes en poder obtener toda la ayuda financiera que necesitan. Es una gran inspiración, es realmente una gran campeona, es una persona que realmente se enfoca en el éxito de nuestros estudiantes y en nuestra institución. Y entonces para el colegio de Oxnard es realmente un gran placer poderla tener aquí, para nosotros como distrito también. Así que muchísimas gracias, Fidelia, por todo lo que haces. Señora, muchísimas gracias por los valores y todo que le ha inculcado a ella, porque basado en eso ya lo está dando aquí con nuestra institución. Así que muchísimas gracias y muchas felicidades a ustedes como familia. Congratulations.
Thank you, Trustee Torres. And so if we can have all of the 4 nominees come up here for a quick photo op, we'd appreciate that. And then in the meantime, we'll be taking a short break. Thank you. They're coming, okay. Josh? We're back in session. And that brings us to item 5.01. And those of you paying attention closely to the agenda, you'll see that both the classified Senate and the academic Senate president's consultation and their reports are combined. And with that, for classified Senate, Alex, you want to lead off?
Thank you. Good evening. First off, I have provided a written report, so I have nothing to add to that report. Secondly, I just want to again congratulate Brian, Kirsten, Erica, and Fidelia for the respective locations for the Classified Employee of the Year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Would just like to acknowledge our new employee for 0.01, which is Albert Pacheco, ground maintenance worker, and congratulate all of the nominees for the Employee of the Year, and especially Kristen Robinson and also Brian Derdiernan. We miss him at Moore Park, but are happy for his nomination. And then I just wanted to add a really quick report. We held our elections for our new board in February, and we have a whole new team coming in starting in July. Rebecca Straub will be our new classified Senate president, Crystal Salas, vice president, Kim Waters, treasurer, Kelly Little, secretary, and Eric Lopez will be our director of fundraising and events, and they will be starting their term as of July 1st. And one last announcement is our classified professionals retreat. This is the first retreat that our campus will be holding for our classified professionals. It will be held on Thursday, April 4th in Simi Valley. And we will be focusing on leadership skills, self-awareness, self-expression, coping with burnout, and career advancement. And we've invited various speakers. One of them is Dr. Herrera, who has graciously accepted the invitation to speak. Ellison Case Barton, our coordinator of Student Health Center, and Crystal Salas from our tutoring center will be presenting our event. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees and student trustee Figueroa, Sergio Arana, College Classified Senate President. I just wanted to give a congratulations to Fidelia Flores, Oxnard College Employee of the Year nominee. It's amazing to see that her hard work and dedication to Oxnard College, the students and the community doesn't go unnoticed. And congratulations to the nominees from the other campuses as well. Your dedication to our colleges is greatly appreciated. And a quick report on Classified Senate. We had our meeting earlier this morning, providing regular committee updates. And we will be, we are holding elections for 3 positions, and those, we should have the results of that by the end of the week.
Thank you. April.
Good evening, Board and Chancellor. My name is Olivia Long. I'm the Vice President of Classified Senate. And my update for you tonight is bittersweet. April Montez, our president, this was going to be her last meeting in her role as Classified Senate President. Unfortunately, something occurred earlier today that prevented her from being able to be here. We are very sad at VC, but I am very happy for Oxnard College. They are going to get my esteemed colleague, April, to be their program director for CTE, and she's going to surpass your expectations. I guarantee that. This is recorded. You can play it back for me. She's going to leave a really big hole for us at VC. So I'd just like to acknowledge the gift that she was to the MESA program at VC, the amazing students. It was a really hard decision for her. She's very vested in her students in the MESA program at VC. So it was a really hard decision, but OC, you're very lucky. We too are also planning a retreat for the 4th. And if you know anything that's going on at VC, our theme this year is changes. Change is inevitable, growth is optional is a quote by John Maxwell. So our day is framing around that. We have a keynote speaker coming who's a multi-limb amputee to inspire us about coping with change. She had a medical emergency later in life that caused her to be a multi-limb amputee. So we're looking forward to the inspiration and the courage from our keynote speaker, rounding out with some wellness and burnout sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Olivia, I couldn't see that it was you behind John Forbes there. Okay, item 502, Academic Senate, President's reports and consultation report. Matthew.
Trustees, Chancellor, colleagues, and guests. 4.05, congratulations to Financial Aid Specialist Flores. Congratulations also to Brian and Erica and Kristen, phenomenal people. For the report, we had a minor setback. Our baccalaureate degree program for cloud and cybersecurity, there was an analysis done that found a partial overlap with the CSUs. We're discussing the significance of that analysis and or the significance of the overlap and trying to figure out a way forward to continue with putting that program forward. A lot of work went into it. Phenomenal people were involved in developing the program. And so we really hope to see that program to continue through successfully the process to get that up and running for the students in this community that really need this program. Welcome to all the new classified Senate officers, and thank you to all of the outgoing Senate officers at Moore Park for all of your amazing work. Thanks.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees, student trustee. Just want to mention a few things tonight. 4.03, acknowledgement of guest and recognitions. Happy birthday to Trustee Mantooth and SEIU Chief Steward Maria Urenda. 4.05, also want to acknowledge the nominees, Brian, Fidelia, Kristen, and Erica, and congratulate Fidelia. I have had the pleasure of working with her over many years closely with the Dream Resource Center and from the Catalyst Grant to where we are today. And she is just a special part of the campus. She plays a special role in connecting with the community. So very happy for her. 11.02, action to approve Oxnard College curriculum. I'd like to express support for the 2 new credit programs in public health, the Associate Science for Transfer and the Early Childhood Education Site Supervisor Certificate of Achievement. 15.01, the action to approve Resolution 2024.03, Delegation of Authority for California Department of Social Services. So basically, this is to allow our Child Development Center to expand in number of children served, but also younger children. So from 0 to 5, which is needed. And we heard in the county report earlier, right? More children. We need to be able to provide services for those young children. So definitely want to express support for that. And I did provide a written board report, and I want to just highlight my number 6 and 7 on there. So tonight, of course, we're here, but I want to recognize OC Geography Professor Jim Danza, who's hosting the OC Live tonight. It's Truth or Consequences, Misinformation in the Age of Social Media. So this engaging information literacy panel includes Paulina Castro Nava, who is a climate change and health equity coordinator for the Ventura County Public Health, but also from our campus, Dr. Samantha Marshall in psychology and Casey Barr in biology. And then the main thing I would like to invite everyone to and talk about is OC is happy to welcome a celebration of the 121st anniversary of the Oxnard Strike of 1903. So this will include local unions, organizations, and academics to commemorate this anniversary of the Japanese-Mexican Labor Association strike, the first successful multiracial strike in U.S. history. Happened in Oxnard. So sugar beet farm growers were trying to pit the ethnic groups against each other, right? And so they joined together. This event will be held on campus Sunday, March 17th at 10 a.m. in our Performing Arts building. Our own professor of sociology, Juan Pitones, will join an amazing panel of speakers, including farm workers, and the keynote speaker is Dr. Frank Barajas. Translation and refreshments are provided, and it's a great kickoff to Cesar Chavez Day and Dolores Huerta Day, which are coming at the end of the month and the beginning of next month. And I would invite you all not only to that event, but to come to our campus. Outside of Condor Hall, there's actually 8 bricks that are framed, and to read the inscription. So I'll give you just a snippet. It starts 1898 Oxnard Refinery bricks, from the foundation of Oxnard's past to the foundation of Oxnard's future. And these were gifted to the Board of Trustees in 1976. So please visit our campus, see the bricks, and read the full inscription. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel.
Happy evening, everyone. I've provided a written report and would just like to add a few items. We did not have our VCAS meeting last week due to our wonderful Flex Day events. We had Ebony Bell. She was inspirational and impactful in helping us reflect on creating communities of belonging. We also learned how to read our paycheck stubs, so very eventful. We'd like to welcome our new health center director and coordinator, Laura Hamilton. She's come aboard our pirate ship and is already jumping in. She was at the Flex Day going, what else should I be involved in? I'd personally like to thank our district and especially the HR for quickly shifting our presidential search meetings to have afternoon sessions. There was a lot of advocacy on behalf of faculty for that. Our faculty are really busy during the prime times of learning during the day. And so having afternoon sessions, I've received lots of support from, or lots of gratitude heard from both faculty and classified for having those afternoon sessions. So we know how important it is to have this decision being made. And so it's really helpful for faculty to be able to hear that. In response to a couple of things that were in our written report, there was a great question around small programs and our small program work group that we're having take place at VCAS. And right now the work group is looking at what does a small program truly mean. And right now the number is 3 full-time faculty at most is considered a small program, but that's still, there's a lot of research happening in that group. And so they're still trying to figure that out. We should have more information at the next board report. And we also have 2 wonderful events coming up. We've mentioned in our written report the Lavender Graduation Celebration, and it's going to be on April 26th from 5 to 9 p.m. And VC is renting vans to help students get from Ventura to Moore And if you would like to drive a van, we're looking for drivers. We need help with that. And then we're also having our Diversity and Culture Festival on April 10th and 11th. And there's going to be a lot of amazing events happening during those 2 days. And we would love to have you join us for them. It will be an amazing time. I keep using the word amazing. I got to stop that. And in consultation for 11.03, we are expressing full support of the curriculum that's up for final approval. For 15.02, VCAS is in support of funding better cameras on campus and more police personnel to enforce parking restrictions. We're just concerned about safety and we want to have opportunities to see the areas that don't always get seen easily. To have a little bit more video camera footage on those areas. Being at the Child Development Center, which is on the far side of campus, I'm in agreement with that, having run into interesting things on that side of campus when you're there at night. And lastly, we want to first congratulate Oxnard faculty recommended for tenure and our VC faculty who were recommended for early tenure last month. We would like to advocate on behalf of a rubric, which would help faculty understand like what are those milestones that really separate that third year versus fourth year, because we know that there are a lot of faculty who their tenure committee has recommended it and it did not go through. So we'd like to have a better understanding of that and written transparency as to why that decision did not happen. We get a lot of rejection and not a lot of understanding, and we want to develop that transparency through that understanding. So other than that, we hope you have a great rest of the meeting and thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lichtel.
I do have a question related to the Academic Senate reports and a couple of comments. Is it
Okay.
appropriate to do that now? Would you like me to do that during our reports?
Do it now.
Quick question, and this one is for Ventura College, and it's related to, I think it's the very first topic on your report, the bylaws and constitution revision. And I was just wondering if you could provide either tonight or through an email or what have you, subsequent meeting, a little bit more detail related to the contradictory language between the bylaws and the Constitution as is stated in your report. And the reason for my question is really just to learn what it is that you as an academic senate are grappling with, what you're doing, you know, that kind of thing. And so because I don't know what those are, it would be helpful as a board, at least for me, to kind of have an idea what that looks like. And again, it could be in a subsequent email or meeting. Doesn't have to be tonight unless you know the answer.
I can fill you in a little bit, and if you need more information,
Great.
I'm happy to follow up.
Appreciate that.
So we recently, I don't want to get into all the details right now, but in late December, early January, we were dealing with a constitutional bit of a crisis with the leadership of Academic Senate, and there were concerns in how voting happened in the removal of our president of Academic Senate. And in consulting with the ASCCC, the State Academic Senate, they were looking through our bylaws and our constitution. And in some cases, it said this was the only way things were to happen. But over here, it said you follow these procedures. And so they were directly contradictory to one another. And so what that has led was a request for us to go through and really look at what are we saying in our constitution? What do our bylaws say? And where are areas where maybe they do contradict? And so we have a subcommittee who is working on that right now to really look through where do we have those moments of contradiction? What should it be? And then we're looking at outside sources to figure out like, how do other senates put forth their bylaws and their constitution? And then we are also looking at where are areas where we should be more firmed up in our policies of how we do things. And so we have a work group who's currently doing all that. Originally they were supposed to just like figure out what our process was going to be, but they all jumped in. They got so excited. I don't know people who love to do that, but they got really excited. And they are tearing those documents apart and really thinking about when the curriculum committee does this, how does this impact this? Or when we say this, does this mean what we truly want it to mean? And so they're going through everything with a fine tooth comb, really trying to make sure that what we say we're doing is what we're actually doing.
Very much appreciated your response, and it's very thorough and will probably suffice. It's almost like you anticipated the question, so I appreciate that, and that's good. And then just a couple comments, if I may. Moorpark College, I'm really interested in this generative AI work group and kind of what comes out of there. Of course, AI is a big topic we're all dealing with, so any updates we can get on that would be great. At Oxnard College, I was really fascinated with the conversation, the topic of the excused withdrawal and how it was a 10-page document prior. I don't know what it is now, but hopefully it's less than 9. But kudos to you guys. I think it's important for us to streamline those processes for our students as they move into and through our system. And then the CTE Employment Outcome Survey, Ventura College, again, really enjoyed reading the report and reviewing the data, because at the end of the day, that is one of our main purposes at the community college level, education in general, is really to produce, citizens that can go out, be productive, and contribute to society. So it's obvious that we're doing that here in the Ventura County Community College District. And though there's a lot of work ahead, I'll quote my old high school football coach. When things went really well, he always said, we should feel very happy, but not satisfied. So I know there's a lot of work to continue to do. So we want to encourage you in doing that and know that you have the board support, at least my support, in doing the CTE work. Thank you, Chair Perez.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I had a similar comment from Oxnard College in regards to, and I may have read it a little bit different. I'm trying to make sure I'm not reading it as a half glass or glass half empty or full. It says OCAS continues to desire an excuse withdrawal form and process that is similar to previously used by the district and campus. We do not encourage moving forward with the current 10-page form. So am I interpreting that correct, that right now on the books, if a student wants to withdraw, it's a 10-page form?
No, and actually I did receive an inquiry and I did provide a written response, but maybe everyone hasn't gotten it. So there's a proposal. It's in DCSS is where you can find the information. I just wanted to document that the Oxnard College Academic Senate discourages moving forward with the current 10-page proposed form for excuse withdrawal for students to use. Currently, we're not using something that long. I believe it's 2 pages at max. I actually don't know off the top of my, it might be 1. It's a short form. It's a more complicated topic. I did provide a written summary, and then I think it can be shared with you all if it hasn't already. So this is something that's sitting in DCSS, but any 10-page form per student is not probably.
And I had to, it caught my eye as well for the question. And I hope you all appreciate that this question, I believe, comes from the board in our looking out for the students as well. And so that's all. We're not jumping in the middle of things, just asking the question. So, okay, thank you. That takes us then to 6.01, College Associated Student Government Report. Student Trustee, would you like to make the introductions?
Moore Park College, Juno Robinson.
Good evening, everyone. First off, I wanted to congratulate personally Kristen Robinson on her nomination. She's our Student Activities Director, and she's done so much for students and for me, and I'm just so inspired by her. So congratulations to her. Just wanted to go over a couple of things. I submitted a written report, so I'll just highlight a couple of things. So we recently had our Valentine's Day and Club Rush event, and we held a voter registration drive and a drive-in movie all over the past month. And we also just wanted to invite everyone to the Lavender graduation happening on April 26th. I'll be graduating, so you guys can see me graduate too.
All right.
And I wanted to give an update too on a past Moore Park resolution, Associated Students resolution that passed last year. So last March, our student board passed a safe overnight parking program resolution in response to the growing housing insecurity among students on our campus, because a large number of students are living in their cars. We don't have like the exact data, but we know that it's happening. And we saw from the report earlier that apartments can be $2,500 for some students in the county, further emphasizing the need for solutions. So the resolution was passed last March, and we just decided to re-sponsor it from our board, and its establishment for a safe overnight parking program at Moore Park College, and increased funding for overnight campus facilities, collaboration with our Basic Needs Center to raise awareness about unhoused students and having resources for these students. And the bill was introduced to the California State Assembly to allow for the overnight parking, and it was recently progressed and now has been proposed by Assembly Member Jackson under AB 1818. which is aiming to address housing insecurity by urging campuses, college or statewide, to allow overnight parking for students who don't have a house to be able to use and park their car safely on campus overnight without being penalized for it. So our associated students showed support by voting unanimously to support AB 1818 last week, and you can see more about it in my written report. Thank you.
Thank you. 602 AFT.
We have-
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have Mark Huff for the president for
Oh,
Vancouver
sorry, I didn't
College online. On via Zoom.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. I had something come up, so I appreciate giving my report out. Just a little bit of what ASVC has done. We are planning for an Earth Day week-long event that's going to be held in April, so a month from now. It's going to be the 19th to the 27th. As you can see in the written report, we're going to be doing some gardening, some planting, and educating our students on the importance of Earth Day this year. We're also excited for student elections, and hopefully later next week we can see the candidates, and we are encouraging all students to please cast your vote. And if you are a candidate, I am very glad to see that you are running. We're also happy to announce the president search has been going really smooth here at the college. We have a couple more candidate dates. They're going to be later this month, and they actually have adjusted the time. So if you see in my report, the times are differently listed. Thank you for that note. And then we just wanted to extend an open invitation for anyone. If you're interested in joining one of our meetings, they're going to be listed in my report. We have 2 for this month, and then we also have 2 in April. Really short, happy Women's History Month, and thank you.
Thank you. That it? All right, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see you on the screen. 602 AFT report.
Good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guests. AFT would like to thank the Vice Presidents of Academic Affairs at all 3 colleges, the Academic Senate Presidents at all 3 colleges, thank you, and all faculty who worked actively on the distance education recertification side letter. Faculty truly appreciate the new DE side letter and how the recertification dates have changed, the appeal process, as well as the equivalency process. We do have 2 requests. One is that AFT requests that the signed tentative agreement, the TA for Article 4, which is the health and welfare benefits, that AFT has signed it. We are requesting that the copy from the district also gets signed and that we are provided that copy. We've asked numerous times. AFT also received the district's proposal on the compressed calendar on February 23rd. So AFT is currently seeking faculty input regarding the district's proposed compressed calendar and the suggested drafts by AFT. This is a hot topic, so the request is that we continue to move together and progress forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 603 SEIU report. We were provided a written report by SEIU. 6.04 President's reports. We received all 3 written reports from the campuses, but I'll lead off with you, John, if you want to highlight anything.
Checking one. Excellent. Yeah, so I'm filling in for Dr. Sokanu today, who's away at the Aspen Institute week-long event for the fellowship. You had the uploaded report. That's I want to highlight a couple things. You'll notice a theme in there of where we use 2-way texting in a number of venues. And that's not a magic thing where we just do 2-way texting, but it means that there's a live person on the other end of that. And so I just want you as trustees and as the public to recognize that that tool, we're noticing to see we're really connecting with our students in our community over and over again. And so you see that as a theme throughout a number of our reports. Next, one of the pages there toward the end talks about the amazing speakers we had for Black History Month. I want to, there's some great names in there, in particular, Tamara Coleman, who's one of our own and recently hired as assistant dean DEI. But she's an author. She's an expert in this space. And it's exciting to not just have that caliber of person with her background knowledge, but that you're working alongside in the work. And I can say already, I mean, her official start date was March 1st, and already in different meetings, I'm seeing the thinking that we're doing around DEI in terms of really landing and making some systemic changes are already paying off. So wanted to make note of that. In terms of things that aren't in your report, there's an exciting week at Moore Park College. It's a career week. And so the campus was alive today, 95 vendors. When I say a vendor, it's not someone just to sell you something, it's someone there that was a business, an industry, the Navy commands, nonprofits, and as a report we had earlier, there's 10,000 employees in our county that work in the nonprofit sector. Well, a whole lot of them were at Moore Park today, looking to offer jobs and internships to our students. Regarding internships, we're up to 280 right now active this academic year. What's not in your report is, I just got this from the dean that oversees that, but that represents 500,000 salary payments out to these paid internships of students this year. That's from a multitude of funding sources. But if you overall look, that's $500,000 more in the hands of our students based on their internships. So it's been an exciting week. We've got more going on. We've got high schools that we're hosting on Thursday, and then the 805 Industry Days on Friday. The Performing Arts event, Sweeney Todd, it's got a lot of hype, and it's likely going to sell out. So just want to say, if you're interested at all, you need to get your tickets.
I think I bought the last 2 tickets.
You might have bought
Yeah.
the last. I'm scared because I need to find out how I can sneak in.
Yeah.
So I think they might give me one. And then just finally, can't be under. So congratulations to Kristen Robinson. There's an individual that was our Classified Employee of the Year nomination, but you see her impact in the lives of students over and over and over again. And what a great role model for our students and for us as employees too. I've been personally inspired by her and how well she knows our students' stories. And I'm like, that's the magic. That's the magic. So anyway, thanks for your time. So
I'll just ask you to add something about the basketball teams.
okay. So our women's basketball is moving forward to the state finals. So that's 8. So there's 4 from the north, 4 from the south, and they'll play in Elite 8 to the Final 4 to finals at Mount Sac this next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So if we're in the finals, then that will be on Saturday at Mount Sac, and we'll be in attendance there.
And the men had a good showing as
The
well.
men had a great showing. They lost to Mount
Right.
Sac in their playoff game.
Okay.
So we've got some.
All right. Had asked. All right. Oxnard College.
Once again, I just want to recognize Fidelia Flores and the entire financial aid team. This has been a very difficult semester for our financial aid team. With the changes in the FAFSA, it's created a lot of work for our staff, a lot of outreach. Our staff are going to be working Saturdays. They're going to force college events just to help students. They're working evenings. So I just want to thank all our financial aid staff. I know they already left, but I just want to thank them for all the hard work district-wide. I think at all 3 colleges, our financial aid team are putting in a lot of work to help our students in our local communities. I want to mention one thing. So I'm going to be very brief, but a couple of weeks ago, we hosted Nepantla, a group from New York that does amazing ballet and folkloric dancing. And it was so inspiring. And afterwards, I received an email, and it's included in your report. And I just want to take some time just to read it, because it's just so powerful, because, you know, we offer these events free in the community, and it has an impact on the local community. You don't always see it, but you get a message from someone in the community who really appreciates what we're doing. I think it really demonstrates the need. So I'm going to read a message from Isabel Gomez, who is a community member and an alumni of Oxnard College. She's also single head of household. I'm the mother of 3 children, 7, 9, and 11 years old. We make a lot of sacrifices to raise our children the best we can, and that includes living with one income. We don't always have the luxury of attending or participating in things where there is a cost attached. That is why I want to thank you and Oxnard College for bringing Ballet Nepantla to our community free of charge. This is the second time we have experienced their beautiful performance, and we actively attend OC family events and are so blessed to have OC be a part of our community. So please continue to be active part of our community. OC is vital, part of our Ventura County and our future. So such a beautiful message from a community member, just acknowledging the great work happening at Oxnard College. So thank you.
Ventura College.
All right, good evening, everyone. So first I want to start off with some congratulations to our employees. We're really excited to have Dr. Laura Hamilton, our new student health coordinator. She's a nurse practitioner, and it's been a gap that we've had since Mary Jones retired, and we of course, wish her great retirement, but we're glad to have that position filled. I also want to congratulate James Zavas, who is now the permanent Vice President of Business Administration. We couldn't be more happy for him and to have him on our team. Also, I'm with Olivia. We will definitely miss April Montez, but she is a great addition to Oxnard College, and I know they'll be happy with her service. I want to congratulate Erica Hurtada. She is amazing in her role in tutoring, and you can imagine how much support that lends to our students. So glad about that. We recently had a Pathway to Law event where we had 16 lawyers on campus, and they have agreed to mentor 22 of our Pathway to Law students, which, you know, the community giving back, it gives you a warm feeling. I want to congratulate our coach, Steve Mushigan, and his nomination to be inducted into the Community Colleges Football Coaches Association Hall of Fame, which is fabulous. I wanted to just tell you a little bit that we had a team from our basic needs office and students. Mark Huff was one of them, and our vice president of academic affairs that went to present our bellwether. We were a top 10 finalists, and the presentation was so touching, and the stories from our students and our employees that apparently the judges were in tears. We didn't win first prize, but you know, in my book, when the judges are so moved by the work that we're doing, that we are winners. So I just wanted to share that story. Also to let you know, and you'll be receiving this date change, the Ventura College East Campus Santa Clara River Valley Advisory Meeting has been changed. It won't be on March 13th. It's going to be on April 18th. And then the last, this is hot off the press, our fabulous marketing and social media team put this together, Janine Nagaoka and Vanessa Stotler. It's something that we will be handing out at all the events that we go to make sure that the community is aware of all the good work that Ventura College does. That's my report.
I'll just add to your report. I was very proud to see you on the panel at the A Home for Education conference held at California State University, Channel Islands. Very good to be out there representing the district and Ventura College. Thank you. Okay, item 605 are the board committee reports. We've all had them and read them. And I would just ask the chairs if there's any notable thing to mention. Otherwise, hold comment until we get to those agenda items that the committees addressed later in the meeting. And with that then, thank you. Oh, Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I'll do a quick rundown summary. And the only reason why is there may be on the admin services a difference between an item for tonight. So I had a question on that. And that was one of the items on our agenda.
Which report are you looking at then?
Admin services.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was for action to approve increase in daily parking effective. So we removed that. That item's been
Okay.
removed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. All right. So that brings us then to the consent calendar. And the only item to be pulled is item 10.02. So I'll look for a motion to approve the consent calendar, except for item 10.02. Trustee Torres makes the motion to approve. Student
Second.
trustee Figueroa
Second.
seconds. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. 10.02, trustee Chancellor.
Thank you. I had a question on the first PO, and it is in our hard copy booklets, page 171. 29266, and it was for vendor Strata Information Group, consulting services for the establishment of the compressed calendar for $108,000. I didn't see it listed on the supplemental for anything over 50,000. I just had a question on that contract or the services. A very brief background on why we need consultant group for the compressed calendar.
Chancellor, who do you want?
Well, in 1 minute.
Okay, there you go.
I will start with, the reason you don't see that on the supplemental list is blanket purchase orders do not go on that list. So you'll throughout the year see many blanket purchase orders over 50,000 and they're not on the list. Now, as far as this vendor, I am going to turn it over to my colleague.
Good evening. This was approved by the board, $250,000 to implement the compressed calendar a couple of years ago. We had done a PO for the first part of it. This is kind of the PO for the second part of it to finish up the implementation of the compressed calendar over the next few, hopefully in September, be ready for a fall 25 registration. This is just a continuation of what was already approved.
Chair Perez. Oh, sorry.
Is that good enough answer, trustee Chancellor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it did cause a question. I think I'll come up later. I wasn't aware that we excluded blanket purchase orders. So that might be something we talk about later.
Trustee Lichtel.
So the second part of trustee Chancellor's question related to the purpose of the expenditure, is that related to tech support? Is that related?
Yeah, it's consulting and professional services with experts who've done this at other community colleges to set up our systems and make sure everything is functioning the way we need it to function when we move from an 18-week to a 16-week calendar.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve item 10.02?
There is.
Thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Lichtel seconds the motion. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And a note to the Chancellor, maybe you can check with staff on this particular PO, it might be, and similar situations, under the PO reason. I don't know if we're limited to characters on that line, but maybe that background would have been helpful as a way to preempt a question such as was received, which was a valid question. Okay, thank you. That takes us then to item 1301 board policies. 1301, 02, 03, 04 were all heard by the committee. Is there a motion under consideration? Pardon? Board policies, yes. No, that's a different one.
Chair Perez.
Trustee Lichtel.
I will move that we approve board policies 13.01 through 13.04 agenda items as submitted and approved through the committees.
Thank you. And thank you for adding that note that the committee did see these and recommended approval. Is there a second?
I'm not comfortable. I'd like to pull not pull, but discuss 13.04 parking.
I'll amend my motion.
Okay.
Thank
to
you.
reflect
Appreciate
that.
So the motion is to approve items 1301, 02, and 03. Is there a second?
Are we also approving 15? All the 15s?
No.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Multitasking here.
I'll take that as a second.
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. 1304. We have that. The committee heard that.
Move to approve as
Thank
submitted.
you. And I'll second for discussion. I'll look to you, trustee Chancellor.
Okay, my question is, and it actually came from the Moore Park College resolution in regards to, does this policy prevent flexibility that if this assembly bill passes, will we be able to fulfill that, or would we need to revisit this board policy?
Let me take a stab at it, see if I'm on point here, but then I'll look to you, Chancellor. Many policies come before us because they have to conform to legislation. So I would look forward to, if the bill passes, we would be seeing this once again. Chancellor?
You stated it perfectly, Chair Perez.
Okay. With that explanation, any other comments or questions?
Came up in admin services. Does this policy, I'm trying to click it, it's not opening, but does this policy also capture the fees that we collect for parking?
It does not.
That, does the AP though align with this one?
You want to?
I guess I'll be more specific. AP 6750. I'm clicking it and it's not opening.
So AP 6750 is not part of the board agenda. And that item did go to ASC as information of some proposed changes, and that has been pulled at this time. So the only thing coming to the board tonight is this board policy, which does not prevent the potential of that law passing. It's all within, it's a very brief policy.
No, I
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I understand that, but when we looked at the administrative policy that is written based off the board policy that we're approving tonight, there was part of that in the collection of fees and the exemption of employees not having to pay for parking. One of the groups that has to pay for parking, part of this AP, and I think it was AP 6750, were student workers. And there was a question from admin services in regards to that. So I don't want to approve this board policy if the AP attached to it is going to be status quo.
So the AP has been pulled to go back through the governance back to DCAS for further discussion. So whether you approve this board policy or not, the current AP stands in effect until DCAS takes up the AP again. And all this BP does, the changes are to bring it current with some education codes and vehicle code sections.
And the revised AP would come to us as informational item.
Yes, once
Yes.
we pulled it back to have further discussion on it.
But I guess let's say a hypothetical here. If this board wasn't comfortable with language in the AP, we would have work to do on the board policy. Is that pretty standard policy work that we do?
Not necessarily.
Not necessary. So if there's language in an AP that this board doesn't feel is equitable or doesn't agree with, what avenues do we take to discuss that?
We should look at our BP.
Right.
To make sure it's, well, first of all, BPs are meant to be generally broad and allow the chancellor and his team to come up with an effective AP to implement the policy that we're directing. So we would be looking at our own board policy as opposed to trying to amend the AP.
Totally agree. But right now, the language in our board policy has created a situation in AP that allows our student workers to be charged for parking, but every other employee group not. So I'm just trying to follow our work as
Right.
policy writers. And I don't want to continue an AP that I find that is inequitable.
Right.
So the work should happen on the board policy.
Well, when we use terms like inequitable, we want to be sure
From my-
what we're basing that on. And we've looked at this question in the past, and I think it would be helpful if maybe we could do a search of on board docs on past times that this has come before us, because I believe those questions have been addressed before. Because it's not a matter that's in front of us tonight, the board policy is. I get where you're coming from, but it's a matter of process.
But I guess, I think
And this,
the AP would never be before us, though.
no, it would,
Yeah.
it would come,
The only opportunity we have to give input in an AP or a policy or students being charged, student workers being charged for parking would be through the board policy. And I may be mistaken, but this would be the policy attached to that. So if the current policy on the books allows for it, the takeaway I have is that that policy that we currently have allows for it. So should we create a policy with language that states certain groups aren't going to be treated differently or charged differently than other groups? Or create language that satisfies that?
Chair Perez.
Trustee Lichtel.
So what I'm seeing in this board policy, and I think I'm tracking with what trustee Chancellor is saying is the board policy actually allows the chancellor to create an administrative procedure that addresses the issue. It also establishes that no one should be driving a vehicle on a campus, that it hasn't gone through that process to acquire a permit, and that parking fees can be established. And that's it. So nothing specific in the board policy related to how much, when, under what circumstance. That is referred to the administrative procedure 6750, which my understanding is, don't we have a committee that reviews that information? And then it would be through that administrative procedure that we would address those costs, not through the board policy. So I think the board policy establishes what we can do, and the procedure, the administrative procedure would be the specifics that would back that.
Do you want to answer, Chancellor? And then Trustee Torres.
General statement, not about this issue in particular. We provide the information to the board committees on the procedures that are relevant to the policy in question. Part of the reason we do that is we want to provide some reassurance to the board that there is alignment between the actual policy expectations and the implementation. The control over those implementations does reside through the procedural process that we go through. But this is actually, I think, a pretty instructive question. If there's something that rises to a policy question that is currently being handled one way in a procedure, then I would say the board may want to take up that question. But then that would go through the same kind of processes that go through to get the discussion and the information and the education about how and why things have been developed in the way they've been set up through the current policy for at first, I guess, the board subcommittee to review and then make some policy recommendations to the full board for consideration.
Thank you. Trustee Torres.
And similar to what you said is actually was going to be my comment. This is within our purview. So board policy dictates the AP. So if this is one area of parking fees, this is within our jurisdiction. And so if we wanted to actually add more to our policy, we could do so, even typically pretty general, but based on student feedback, based on also the region report, the state of the region report that we're seeing in terms of the high cost of just housing alone. And as we're trying to listen to what our students need, it also says we also look at our policies and we also determine what is it that our students need. And so I agree in terms of having a discussion, deliberation. This is, again, within our jurisdiction to be able to look at the policy. Once we decide what our policy is, then it drives to the different committees because then they'll decide what that AP is going to look like within their jurisdiction of operations. But within us and setting policy, this is definitely for us. And I definitely want to have the discussion. I've been listening to students. We're seeing where we are in terms of economy. And so incurring additional costs to students, I think it's something we want to discuss. I know in the past when I used to be in the committee of the administrative services, we even looked at, there was a amount that was introduced of a potential fee, and we talked about different ways of how that can be a little bit lower. And so I think as we're listening to students being part of committees, I think for us, it definitely warrants a conversation of what do we want to do? I know CCLC gives us recommendations of what we can have in place. Parking fees, I mean, for me, I'm perfectly fine just removing the bottom, and I don't know what that would look like. So that, again, that's a discussion. The bottom one basically says we are saying to the district, go ahead and within your committees, decide what the parking permit fees are going to look like. And you decide for us. We have nothing to do with it, but because we have it in board policy, it then goes to the different committees and they decide what that's going to look like, and we have no say in it. And that's what Trustee Chancellor is saying, which I'm in agreement with him. I want to discuss if we even want to charge. And that determines my policy, because if we decide we don't want to charge parking, that's not added there, and then it's no discussion because we don't have a policy that says charge parking. So I think this is something that warrants a conversation. Currently, as it stands, we have parking fees in place, and it might stay the way it currently is right now. But as a board, if it's something we decide that we want to discuss, and we have a conversation and we follow the process just that, like our chancellor was mentioning, and having perhaps like a study, what does it look like, what does it mean? That would be helpful, because we have been having our students reaching out. I know I've received a couple of emails just expressing just concerns in different areas, and parking was definitely one of them as well. So those are my comments for consideration of the board.
Okay. I hear the very strong interest in having a board discussion on parking fees or the applicability of parking fees. So I will support that. And again, it's not tonight, though. Number one, we're missing Trustee Mantu, so I think it would deserve full board. Is there any urgency in just real quickly, do we need to act on this tonight to be in compliance or not? Okay, we don't need to act on this tonight. Go ahead, Trustee Chancellor.
What was the item to increase parking permits pulled because the district feels that they don't need board approval for that? Or was that item pulled for a different reason? Because I'm looking at the board policy and it says
Right.
parking fees may be established in accordance with these board policies.
No. I mean, the answer to your question is no, it wasn't pulled for that reason. It was pulled because we needed to get more input. And so we're taking it back through the process.
So I don't know if we're going to be pulling this item, but I guess I'll state my concern and question this way. Is there a way to create policy language, and I think it would be through admin services, that protects our student workers from having to pay for parking like other employee groups on our 3 campuses? In the board policy, not the AP, but in the board policy. I believe there is some language that can be created. And I would like to see that charge be asked with the admin services and then all the different shared governance committees.
Just a question of process, even if it went to the admin services committee first and then through the regular, the full board wouldn't see that until the very end. And I think this is a question that would deserve full board discussion first to give the rest of the governance process direction, or how the board's outlook on the question, in my view. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chancellor. I mean, why would?
I see that perspective, but we never do that. Everything goes through these committees.
No, I
and gets to
understand that.
the committees, and
Okay.
then eventually gets to the board
Okay.
for a first read.
All right, then I would just ask the Chancellor for benefit of direction.
So
The board, there's interest on the board to consider the question.
I do think this question did come up in the committee
Yeah.
meeting.
Yes.
And to the extent that there was some rationale provided to the committee of why things exist the way they exist, we can certainly do a fuller job of that. If I were asked to make a recommendation tonight, I'd recommend against exactly doing that. I wouldn't recommend that for a lot of reasons, but we'll go through that in the committee meeting. I would be happy to address that issue.
Yeah, and I just think it would benefit the full board if that information, past board discussions and any new information to fully that the question would be helpful.
Chair Perez.
Trustee Lichtel.
Just my own opinion. I think that taking up this question at a board meeting like this, I think puts us in the weeds to a degree that really we shouldn't be in. The amount that we're going to charge for parking is an operational issue that should be handled either at the site or should be handled by the district and dictated as such. And it just seems that, again, this is part of the accreditation conversation that I think we'll be having later tonight. I think this puts us right back in that situation. From the standpoint, again, of we have a board policy that says you may do such, and the administrative regulation or procedure should dictate what that charge is. And again, my understanding is we have a process in place for that administrative procedure to be vetted that includes board members. So I don't believe that the full, unless I'm wrong on that.
Well, I see it a little differently. I don't see it as a question of dictating how much to charge. I think it's a policy question of, does this board want to make it a policy to not charge students parking, or however you want to phrase it? And part of the information, and part of it was explained in the committee, is what are the unintended consequences of such a policy, as with any policy.
And which committee are you referring to?
Administrative Services Committee.
So we
It
have
would
two
be a-
board members on that committee.
Yes.
That are our representatives from the board to that committee that should be able to be our voice, so to speak. So again, my concern is addressing that issue here at the board level. I don't see it as quite appropriate. In other words, Trustee Chancellor, you're on that committee with Trustee Mantooth. I'm more than happy to take their recommendations because I trust their work. And so to bring it here to rehash it, to me, doesn't seem effective, efficient. And again, it puts us in.
And I stand corrected, and Trustee Chancellor raised the question. When I raised it, we have a process and it'll follow that. And if we're good with that, and if we can delay taking action on the policy, I'll withdraw my second to the motion.
It's not a non-empathetic comment, but it is a comment related to, we have a process in place. It's important that we follow it, because when we don't, we make
Right.
mistakes and then we all pay the price.
Okay.
Just one last comment, just because accreditation's a hot topic. I'm just going to read the first line in the item from Admin Services, and it says, under the California Ed Code, section 76360, the governing board of a community college district may require students in attendance of the district to pay a fee to be established by the board for parking services. So that charge clearly states on our shoulders. So I just want to reiterate that, because I know it's a touchy subject and want to make sure for clarification.
Okay, so the motion then dies for lack of a second. Thank you. Okay.
We did have a second.
I withdrew it. Okay, item 1401, action to cast votes for California Community College Trustees Board of Candidates. Item 1401. I'm sorry?
Trustee Perez.
Yes, I'll take the lead on this since I am on the Triple CT board. You've all had benefit of reading or having available the ballot statements and narrative of all of the candidates. There are 13 candidates. There are 7 in, how many incumbents? I forget, but vote up to 7.
7.
Yes, what's today? Sunday. I participated with 10 other candidates in a candidate interview set up by the joint caucuses of the California Community College League. And it was helpful and informative. And I have benefit of working obviously with all of the other incumbents. And I appreciate their commitment and their productive performances, and they don't limit their activity to just the Triple CT board. They serve on various committees of the Triple CT board. Some of them serve our community college system on national committees with the ACCT. And so I can speak very highly and would recommend a vote for all of the incumbents. And, that's not to to take advantage of the quote power of incumbency. But again, like I said, I appreciate the power that they bring individually and collectively and the productivity of their performance. A lot of them have worked on the statewide DEI committee, the town hall planning committees, and other such committees. And I have too, if you read my my information. So before any motion is made, I guess I'll ask if there's any other comments from the trustees after you've have reviewed the resumes. Trustee Torres.
I asked Chair Pettis if he would share some of his recommendations, especially because he gets to be at the state level and really working very closely with all of the different individuals listed here. So definitely I'm recommending for myself that we have our trustee Bernardo Perez as one of the ones we continue to recommend to represent our county, to represent our region at the state level. He's also part of the DEI, and so there's a lot of different committees, and he's very active. So definitely support for him. Nan Gomez, she's also part of DEI. I've had opportunities a few times that I've been at some of the state level meetings, and she's very committed to really student success, equity, really taking the lead at with the league. And I would also ask support a vote for her. I haven't had the chance to meet everybody else. Oh, Barbara. Barbara's from Compton, and so she's actually very involved, and she's been for many years, I believe, right, Chair Perez? And she's very outspoken, and she's very much committed to really doing some of the really good work and looking within systems. And so she's also one that I have as an individual recommending for support. And I think those are the ones that I know of personally. And then the rest I asked Trustee Perez or Chair Perez to just give us his recommendations based on who he knows. And I'm happy in supporting the recommendations he made based on his experience with them. So I just wanted to go over who those would be.
Okay. Well, they're all the incumbents. And again, yes. And, you know, I've looked at all the other resumes as well, but this is, you know, not to pat myself on the back along with these others, but this is an actively engaged group of CCCT board members. Nan Gomez was just recently appointed to the Board of Governors, by the way. Yes, yes. And Barbara Calhoun from Compton is the only African-American woman on the board. And that's not the sole and primary reason, but it does speak to creating diversity on our board, maintaining that. You know, the rest, again, the other incumbents, Deborah Ikeda is on a committee for the ACCT. Who are the other? Hortensia Armendariz from Imperial, which is an award-winning district, partly due to her leadership. Greg Hanna, excuse me, not Greg Hanna. Where is he? Greg Pensa from the 101 at Allen Hancock. Has been actively involved on the DEI task force and the town hall planning committee. So, you know, failing any other comments from any other trustees, I would be
I do have a
willing.
question, just
Trustee
so I
Littrell.
understand. So this is a slate that you're presenting as, you're bringing forward for our vote.
We're voting, yes, I would suggest that we vote for these
Okay.
incumbents and they'll be tallied, you know, from all the other districts
Sure.
submitting their votes as well. And the results would be announced at the May conference.
So do the resumes include that's attached to the board item? Does that include the other individuals that are running that are not on your slate?
They should all be there.
They're all
yes,
there. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I thought. And so I have not had a chance to review those.
Mhm.
To some degree, I'd like to be able to do that before we vote, as it doesn't seem like there is well, there's some urgency, but not an extreme amount of urgency since this is due after our next meeting.
Mhm.
Because I'm really interested in, you know, obviously diversity is very important to all of us, but I'm also interested in diversity of thought and making sure that we have, you know, a wide representation of our communities, you know, statewide on a committee that is as powerful as this. So,
We do have that, by the way.
okay.
Yeah, but go ahead. Okay.
No, and you know, like I said, to trustee Chancellor, you know, I certainly trust your direction and, you know, if you believe that this represents, that as well, again, some different thought process and thinking, that gives us that diversity of thought that I think is really, really valuable, then I'd be willing to move forward.
Okay, well, then I would only ask that you please, I know we're all busy. Check out those resumes and we'll hold us over next month.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Item 15. How's everybody doing, by the way? Everyone good? Keep going? All right. Action to approve resolution 2024-03, delegation of authority for California Department of Social Services, et cetera, et cetera. And, I had asked the question and I think we all got the answer. This was a timing issue, and the grant program allows for this requested extension. And Chancellor, I'll then hand it off to you if there's any further.
Well, and it importantly allows us to provide services to include infant and toddlers.
There you go.
So that's the big piece of it.
Okay. With that, Trustee Torres? There you go. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Student trustee, seconds. Myra, did you get that? All right. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. 1502. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Okay. I guess this is an annual exercise to approve this resolution regarding military equipment policy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think, did we do this for the first time last year? Okay, there you go. Thank you for the report and the response to my comments. And I think I got a comment to that one. I've gotten a lot. Thank you, Lisa. Is there a motion to begin discussion, if any? Trustee Torres moves approval.
Second.
Trustee Lichtel seconds. Are there any questions? And if not, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. No abstentions. Thank you. 1503, action to approve fiscal year 2024-25 Ventura County District budget allocation, resource budget allocation model. Chancellor, I'll hand this one off to you to introduce.
Okay, thank you. So you have the background information. This is the same item that comes to you annually at this stage of the budget development process. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has. And of course, we have Ms. Bojorquez who can dive into any detailed information the board may require.
Okay, so before we ask for any additional staff report, again, this is something we see every year. Are there any questions or comments at this time from the board? Oh, is there a need for any further information? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Trustee Lichtel moves approval. Is there trustee Torres seconds? Thank you. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. 1504. Again, another annual item in front of us to approve the infrastructure funding model. Chancellor?
Yes, again, this is an item that comes to you annually at this stage of the budget development process. We're not making any recommended changes to the infrastructure funding model. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Trustee Lichtel moves. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by trustee Torres. And trustee Torres, did you want to?
With the infrastructure model, this is where the funding we look at, I think it was one of the, I think it's 113. Just one of those things, just to in the future, just to consider when we were able to look into that model and how, if it's something we can ever put a stop, do we want to continue it? Something that's come up in the past. So I just wanted to mention it. Nothing that would prevent me from supporting it. So I'm supporting it, but just I still want to continue to have a conversation of what that would look like as we're looking as we move forward, just with all of our
Okay.
different funding.
Okay, thank you. And Chancellor, you'll make a note of that. Find an appropriate time where we may consider that question. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None, thank you. Okay, 1505, action to approve the 2024-25 budget criteria, guiding principles and assumptions. Trustee Torres moves approval. Is there a second? I will second. Is there any questions or discussion? Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, we reviewed this in the Admin Services Committee. And I'm going to read from the minutes from that, and I just want to see where we are. It says trustee Chancellor questioned whether there's an opportunity to add language to include a guiding principle indicating the support of enrollment growth and also maximizing student-centered funding formula resources. So what was behind that was the idea that as we move into tighter and tighter budgets in the future, is one of our guiding principles to make sure that we are addressing enrollment, SCFF, and everything that we can do to capture on the revenue side. We also had, there was a question in regards to sustainability. Trustee Chancellor questioned there's an opportunity to add. I just read that. Vice Chancellor Baracus indicated language will be modified to address those suggestions. Another question came from myself, was related to the bullet related to district-wide collaboration and operational efficiency. I inquired if this was related to sustainability, and it was explained that this bullet is more related to collaboration and efficiency between the colleges and the DAC. So I'm just wondering if any changes have been made to these guiding principles.
Chancellor.
If you look at the third bullet, trustee Chancellor, you'll notice and I don't know how it's changed fully, but it now reads allocates resources to support priorities, policies, and resolutions established by the board. It's specific in that regard, but it's more general than one particular resolution, board priority, or policy, that it encompasses all of that. So that did change.
I'm interpreting as that is all resolutions that our board approves, for example, sustainability or something of that nature that's already on the books.
That's what that means.
Okay, yeah, I'm just making sure for the record. Okay. But the first point in regards to capturing dollars from the SCFF and enrollment growth and prioritizing that, is there language?
So I see a vice chancellor itching to say something, so I'm going to go ahead and let her do that.
Thank you. So given the feedback from the ASC meeting, if you'll notice the fifth bullet, we did change it where it now says supports enrollment goals, including increasing enrollment and the number of units taken per student. We thought that was clearer than saying increasing SCFF for the average person to know what we're referring to.
Well, there's a double thank you then for both of those points. Thank you very much.
Let the record reflect that.
Double thank you.
Okay, with that, we have a motion on the floor, and student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. 1601, we've already handled. 1602, I will at this time open the public hearing regarding the initial proposal from the Ventura County Federation of College Teachers, AFT Local 1828, AFL-CIO, to the Ventura County Community College District. Is there anybody wishing to speak on this item? Do we have any public comment cards? No. If not, then I will close the public hearing and moves us to, pardon? I want it to mean something when I use it, so. All right, so that brings us to 1603, action to accept the initial proposal from AFT Local 1828 to the Ventura County Community College District.
So moved.
Trustee Lichtel moves approval. Is there a second? Trustee Torres seconds. Any comment or question? If not, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
And board, all in favor?
Aye.
1604. In response to
Nice.
trustee Torres, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item, which is the initial proposal from the Service Employees International Union Local 99 to the college district? If not, this hearing is closed. And 1605, is there a motion to accept the initial proposal from SEIU?
So moved.
Trustee Torres, I'll give her that one, and trustee Lichtel, you will have seconded
Sure.
the motion. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Trustee Torres. And trustee Lichtel seconded. Okay, we're all still doing good. 1701.
Break.
Pardon?
We need to take a quick break. We need to.
Well, let's take a quick break right now. 10 minute, 10 minutes, 5 minute break. At least that's the plan.
Trying to make it go fast. I thought so. If they read it. Oh. That's my treat after I finish. That's right. Nobody will know. I don't. She cooks a lot. She's a good cook. She's a good cook. Yeah. Teresa cooks.
Okay, we're back in session, believe it or not. And we're at item 1701, the past committee institutional effectiveness report, chapter 2B, enrollment, access, entry, progress, and completion. Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair Perez. This information was presented in some detail to the past committee at its last meeting. Yeah, it's a pretty big report. I commend it fully to the board. But tonight we're going to get some brief snapshots of this data presented by Dr. Herrera.
Thank you. There was a request that we go through the data. As you will see in the report, there is fine representation from each of the colleges and all the work that's being done that supports the gains that we've made in each one of these indicators. So I want to start by thanking the colleges and all the people at the colleges that contributed, as well as the people at the district that worked so hard to put this together. Okay, I'd like to start with the first slide. You have the Ventura Community College District has 4 strategic goals that align with the strategic plan. In the strategic plan, we have measures of achievement, which are indicators as to whether or not we are meeting the goals. So this particular chapter aligns with the second goal of increasing equitable access and success for all students. We had 5 measures of achievement. This slide here shows you that we are in line to meet our goals by 2027. In particular, 2.1, 2.2, and 2.4 are going to be receiving additional focus with our enrollment management plans and dual enrollment, system-wide dual enrollment opportunities that we're putting forth. 2.2, 2.3 and 2.5 are well on their way to meeting the anticipated achievement goal. A question by Trustee Lichtel. He wanted to see dual enrollment represented by FTS. And you can see we have 1,350 FTS that are generated in 2023-24. It's an increase since 2021, 2022. It is something that we've been really focusing on at each of the colleges. All of the colleges are seeing an increase in headcount and FTS generated under dual enrollment. This dual enrollment is part of our access. We have 4 pillars. We have access, entry, progress, and completion. So under access, we're focusing on dual enrollment. But we also have other opportunities that are emerging across the district. Contract education, which is where we go out to businesses and the business actually pays for the training to upskill their employees. One of the focuses is on the continuum of bringing those adult incumbent workers into the pipeline at the pathways at each of the colleges to generate non-credit and credit FTS. And then we are doing focused marketing and outreach at the district, and we're aligning our district marketing efforts to measure the pillars, the 4 pillars of entry, access, entry, progress, and completion, and identify whether or not we are moving the needle through our marketing efforts.
Chair Perez, if I may. And not to derail your presentation, but just to add something that, I guess recently there was a Forging Pathways for Ventura County, students, at the VCOE, maybe a dual enrollment, meeting that included staffs from throughout our K-12 systems, and got some really positive feedback, related to what seems to be a new and invigorated, direction for dual enrollment, within the district. So I wanted to commend staff for that and, appreciate the update.
Thank you. We had all 19 high school districts represented.
Excellent.
So it was a really great event.
Okay.
It's, we call it a community of practice, and we're doing it about every 3 to 4 months, and it is partnership with the Ventura County Office of Education. The next is entry. The next pillar is entry, and we look at our applications versus registration. We have a 57% district registration rate. One of the questions that was generated at the past committee is why is that 57% and not 90 to 100%? We think it's because a lot of our high schools require students to register and complete applications, whether or not they're really intending to attend a 2-year. But they're all focused on trying to get the student to at least go to a higher education opportunity. And this rate does not include our dual enrollment high school students. So I think it is consistent across the state, this rate, so. Measuring progress by persistence. Now, persistence we're defining as fall to fall persistence. So students that start in fall of 23 and then are attending in fall of 24. What we're seeing is an increase, a small increase, but an increase nevertheless. In fall of 22-23, it was 63% persistence rates. And we filtered out students who completed a certificate or degree in this data. And we do recognize that there are fluctuations since COVID, but we are on the increase. Progress measured by retention. And now this is retention of a percentage of credited courses that completed with any grade except a W or an EW, which is an excused withdrawal. And I think that compared to the state average, we are doing very good. The state average is 87.4, and all 3 of the colleges are at 90 or very near 90%. So that's very, very good.
We'll round up. We'll round up. Make it all 90.
Oh, yeah, that's, well, you know. So we're doing very well in our retention of courses with students. And you can see the data is broken out by college, if you care to reference it. Progress measured by course success. Again, we are ahead of the statewide average of 72%. Each of the colleges are in the high 70s, almost 80, near 80. It's continuing to climb since 2021, which was really kind of, I think, a challenge after COVID and getting back into the course taking and college taking. And so I think we're doing very well considering all. And I think with our strategic enrollment management plans that we have for focusing on course success and retention, I anticipate this to increase. And last but not least, we want to look at completion. And this is the approved degrees and certificates completed on a 4-year pattern. We took 4 years because sometimes we have students that are awarded after the academic year, a degree or a certificate. And so we're doing, compared to 2021-22, we're doing very well. We're at 5,270. We haven't quite hit the pre-COVID numbers, but I just want to make mention that in 2020 to 2021, we had the auto awarding start. And so we had a lot of students that got multiple awards that may have influenced that particular data in that year, but we're on the increase. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you for the report. I just had the screen here and it went away, of course. I'm really grateful for the title on equity in regards to the focus. And I'm going to phrase it this way in a sense of gratitude in Oxnard College. I know there's strengths at all three colleges of the entry component, but I'm going to speak on behalf of Oxnard College because I see it firsthand every day. And that is the decision that college made to have counselors, Oxnard College counselors, be placed at the high school as to work alongside the academic counselors at those high schools. So in my particular situation, I get to see firsthand students individually be pulled out, reviewed their options, enroll, become Oxnard College students when they come back to my class, and the pride that they have and the beaming smiles. And I mean, they leave the class as a high school kid and they still are when they come back, but they come back as an Oxnard College student, future Oxnard College student. And the reason why I'm going to bring it up in gratitude, but that word equity, in the entry program, it does cause, and I've mentioned this for years, some questions on equity that certain students have that experience and access to counselors on their high school campuses, and that the bridge between enrollment, it's working, that I can attest to at my school. So I just want to mention it that way this time.
Thank you. I have a question. Would there be any value, or I think there might be some value, as we're marketing our district and our colleges, and if it's easy to produce, how we, I like the district versus statewide results, but how we compare to other colleges or districts that we might be competing with for some of the same students. And I'm a little chagrined that I even asked that question because I don't often appreciate the question. Well, I've heard that this district does that, or, whatever, but it's something to think about, Don't. Trustee Lepto.
Doesn't one of the organizations produce a report that actually gives us data on comparable colleges that look like us, so to speak, our size? I could have swore I saw something like that, because I think, Chair Perez, I think your point is well taken. I think it's an important one. If students are choosing between us or another local college, then we should know what that looks, what's driving students either to come to us or not.
I would like to think that we could show a prospective student or their parents, look, if your student comes here, they're going to have a greater chance to succeed.
Right.
By these.
I'm thinking about
That's
East
all.
County. We have a lot of students that
Yeah.
maybe bleed away to like Pierce College,
Right.
for example. And then up on the west side, maybe they go up to Santa Barbara.
Right. So just something to consider. Thank
I,
you.
I will
Be
say,
valuable.
compared to the 4 years, our enrollment is double of what
Yeah.
they're experiencing tremendous
Right.
decrease in their enrollment. So compared to the local 4 years, we are doing much, much better.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
I also noticed in the thorough report that you guys reviewed and passed, there was one FTES targets in different categories, and one was incarcerated, and we had 0 there as a target. And I'm just curious.
I don't know what year that was. It
Okay.
might have been during COVID, but.
What it said it was a target for 24-25, but we placed it there.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's our FTS targets, and each of the colleges were able to do focused target areas. And I don't know which college it is, but they probably didn't feel that they were going to focus on incarcerated students in the upcoming year.
Okay. Maybe we can get a follow-up on that, because I know we've had great success doing that in the past.
That's true, but not all colleges are working with incarcerated students. I know Oxnard College is, I think Ventura College, I don't know if Moore Park is.
Okay. Okay. And you also mentioned a part of the entry and access was marketing, that the bridge between those groups. Do we still have a vacancy for our district director of marketing? Okay. Is that in the timeline or pipeline of on the HR side of getting that filled? Because I know it's important. I would imagine it's important.
We're still looking, we're going to be doing a program review process and analyzing the system that we have created around marketing and making a decision based on after we do a thorough examination of what we currently have.
And then the last request, and this came from a group of educators I was working with, and I was going to mention it in my board report, but I think it's better to be place it here. There was a request, and I'll paraphrase it, was, hey, back in the day, community college district, the 3 colleges would make posters. And they would send those out to the high schools, and then high school teachers would slap them on the wall, and they'd have a captive audience of high school kids to look at those uniquely, or showing the unique different programs, whether it's, diesel mechanic or this program, veterinary, whatever it is. And I've gotten questions of, hey, can you bring that back? So just thought I'd share that question with this captive audience.
Okay. All right. To go along with this production here.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to item 1702, accreditation update. And this was an item Trustee Torres referred to that was discussed at the past committee. And
Indeed. So I'm waiting for the clicker that I was promised by Dr. Watkins up there.
So,
There we go.
for Pat, what we decided was, you have the report that you reviewed, but we wanted to also put together a presentation
okay,
that covers really a pretty good synopsis of what we discussed, and also wanting to get feedback from the board. And we can decide, I know Trustee Mantooth is in here, so maybe he can later share if he has additional feedback
Sure.
for us. And so Trustee Lito is going to begin with the presentation, and we have some quotes, one to begin us with from Helen Keller, and then we will both be co-presenting to the full board our presentation.
Thank you for that, Trustee Torres, and good evening on behalf of the Planning, Accreditation, and Student Success, or PASS Committee. Not only our members, but our co-representatives, myself and Trustee Torres. It is our goal this evening through this presentation to provide the Board of Trustees in particular with some initial thoughts and direction as we work into and through what is a 18-month process and the district's accreditation cycle that is before us, which, by the way, I understand there's a March 1st deadline for our report, so it's not quite 18 months. It's more like a year from now. But there are 2 items that are reflected in the report that directly reflect the actions and the conduct of the Board of Trustees as reflected in Standard 4 governance and decision-making that obviously are important to us, and that is up to the board to address. And again, our goal this evening is to provide the Board of Trustees with some initial thoughts and some direction as we work towards that March 1st deadline for submitting the report. However, it seems important that as a board that we have a clear understanding of what the potential ramifications of not meeting the standard may be, which I assume in part may be either discussed as part of this presentation or maybe in part losing our accreditation, which obviously would be drastic. So there's an urgency here, and I think that from the conversation at the PASS committee, there's great understanding of that urgency, and there's certainly a commitment to seeing it through. And so with that, let's review the feedback that we received from the committee. That includes a compliance requirement that has to be addressed in that 18-month report, and then a recommendation that I understand may or may not have to be addressed. And so the key here, the compliance requirement, in order to meet the standards, the team recommends the governing board delegates full responsibility and authority to the CEO to implement board policies without board interference. And that can be found in section C12 of Standard 4. And then there's the recommendation, which again, I'm not 100% clear on whether we are required to address that in this 18-month report. I know there was some discussion at the PASS committee meeting that it would be a good idea, since we're in the process, to maybe at least take it on and start the process. But in order to increase effectiveness, the recommendation reads, in order to increase the effectiveness, the team recommends the board acts in a manner consistent with its own policies and its own recommendations. And so as Trustee Torres said, we're going to tag team this. So I will advance the slides. I'll offer your cues, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So we wanted to just include what exactly is the compliance requirement that we need to look at. What is the recommendation? And this really gives us a really good, for us, it'll be our North Star, what we need to do specifically. And so for future board consideration discussions, just some things to reflect on is just what is this outcome? Does this outcome meet our expectations? And really it's taking a look at, okay, what exactly does this meet? Does this meet our expectations? What are some of the things that we need to discuss as a board? And so one of them is really being able to have perhaps a conversation of what exactly is it? And the reason being is we might have different perspectives of what that is, and really is wanting to come together as a board, taking a look at what the compliance requirement is that we need to fulfill. What is the recommendation? I think they both kind of couple each other very well. The recommendation, from what I understood from members that were present, was perhaps it's not something that needs to be addressed at this moment, but it will have to be addressed. So if we start addressing it now or just putting things in place, we will be really preparing to have something done or that will be required of us at some point. So this is where we're hoping to get some feedback from you. We know that we're missing Trustee Mantooth, so just some thoughts that we'd like to hear from everyone. One of the things that you'll look at the top is delegate full responsibility and authority to the CEO to implement board policies without board interference. And so during the past committee, we were actually wondering, well, what does full responsibility and authority truly mean? And it can mean different things for different people. For some, it might mean what's so clear, but we know that everything is not so clear in this world because we all have different lenses, and we come into every position with our own perspective. And so we really wanted to come to the board and say, okay, from your perspective, how do you interpret this? How do you interpret this? And then we want to have an official interpretation from actually ACCJC. You tell us what you're looking for, because at this moment you're coming in and you observe some things about us, and we're really interested in knowing, what do you interpret that to be? And that's because we want to put some things in place, and I'm ready to already say those things. We do want to get your feedback before we share some of the recommendations or thoughts that both Trustee Lichto and I had. So again, also, what does it mean if we do not meet the standard? What implications will our colleges have? And how would the board attaining the standard change the district's effectiveness in meeting our goals? And so it's having those moments to reflect. So really, this presentation is one for each individual trustee to take some time to reflect, to think about what it means to you, and then come together and have a discussion. And I think the next slide, Trustee Lichto. Okay.
Thank you. And again, in keeping with what needs to be addressed and in relation to this recommendation, whether or not we have to answer to that in the 18 months or not, it is important for us to at least start the conversation, and you're going to see a lot of kind of the same language. But I think it's important for the board to have deep discussions and important conversations about situations in which, as a board, we may not have met this standard, and what previous board actions contributed to this recommendation. From my standpoint, the importance here is that I don't have a lot of the history. Some of the issues that led to the recommendation and or the compliance issue from the accreditation committee predate myself and maybe someone else or a couple other board members. So I think that history is really important because we're still living that history through this report. So I think it's important for us as a board to have that discussion, any recent actions that we may have taken. And again, this is not a finger pointing exercise. This is a reflection exercise. It's an opportunity for us to sit around the table at some point. And again, not to get the cart before the horse, but I think those deep conversations do need to happen if we're going to move forward in the most positive manner possible. And how would the board attaining the standard change the district's effectiveness in meeting our goals? And so in the next slide, and again, it seems repetitive, but it's not, from the standpoint of kind of a progression. We're going from what was it that we were left with to, what actions do we need to take? And now we're really at the resource level. And this is, you notice the bullets there are empty, and that's purposeful. We want to hear from our fellow board trustees, whether that's tonight or through a subsequent meeting or what have you. But we want to hear, because we value your perspective. What are our next steps? What should we do next from this standpoint for meeting this compliance requirement? What's it going to take for us to get there? Does that include some resources that we need? Does that include some training? What are we agreeing to as we move forward? So Chair Perez, with your permission and your suggestion, we're prepared to move forward with a brief conversation, perhaps, and maybe get some initial thoughts that I can put up on the PowerPoint. It only reflects on my screen because that's not my screen up there. But at least we can start getting some initial thoughts if there's something burning that you have. And if not, then you can lead us as far as what that process should look like moving forward so that information can flow to the entire board, either at a subsequent meeting or through a special board meeting, which I think this process is going to require, in my opinion, will require some of that. So our plan was to have the discussion for both of the items, kind of in the same manner, resources and training that we need to address these. But again, the most urgent issue is the compliance issue. And the secondary one, if there's anything you want to add, Trustee Perez or Torres, sorry, related to this issue and what's needed, what resources we might need. So how would you like to proceed, Chair Perez? Are there any thoughts that you or Trustee Chancellor may have that would kind of help us as we form this?
I will defer to and ask Trustee Chancellor if he has anything he wants to add after hearing this.
Thank you for the opportunity and thanks for the hard work to get to this point. For me, what resources or trainings, what works for me are examples. And I think you illustrated that in saying, look, not finger pointing, but looking at some of the things. As a trustee, the challenge I have sometimes is I can't remember what it was, but there was a fee we were looking at as a board and it came before us. And we decided from the dais to then not go with the recommendation of the district and do a lesser fee right here from the dais. And we did that. And I believe we came to a consensus and it was a 5-0 vote and it was under the policy and we were good. And then sometimes if we pose or have a recommendation or a different perspective, that is seen as overstepping our authority as a board. So that's a tricky one for me, that sometimes it's okay and then sometimes it's not. And but I kind of look at it as every decision is case by case in some contexts, as long as we're following the policies that we're asked to do. So for me, this is my long answer. What resources or training are needed to meet the standard? Examples. And I would like to have somebody guide us that has experience, not just from the CEO level and not just from our legal teams, but potentially somebody that's been part of a very effective board themselves, and either is retired or is actively involved and that sort of understands what it's like, because there's different perspectives from our chancellor's seat to ours. And just like there's different perspectives out here. So that's my input. I don't know if that captures it.
A couple of things. We are a data-driven organization. We see that every meeting and we certainly saw it tonight. And we'll be seeing it as we move forward in the budgetary process. So I think it would be helpful, if not necessary, that when we refer to this instance or that instance in the past, that we have that specific instance or example in front of us. And so for me, that responds to the question about a need for reflection. If we're going to make a state a position, then let's have a concrete example of what we're referring to. That would be helpful to me. I really appreciate the emphasis that this is a process for reflection, because, I've said it in the past, I think, how we look at something will determine what we see. And so if we get away from being defensive about past situations and reflect on, okay, what was our role in causing that situation? Or what is it? And it gets back to, we do need continued board development training. Like Trustee Chancellor said, we need someone to help us in this. It'll help us with our own introspection. And we need, we need a special study session or special meeting, because to be honest, I liked this information that was provided to us. It's been enhanced by your presentation tonight, but it deserves a whole heck of a lot more time than I think you're even asking. You're not even asking for that tonight, but just to be clear.
Chair Perez, if I may.
Yes.
So I think related to the specific examples that you mentioned during the past committee meeting, we were informed that the visiting committee actually cited in board meeting minutes the actual time at which an issue might have occurred. Something came up, and I attempted really hard to actually get to those and discern what the issue was. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. And again, I'm typically a forward and onward thinker, but I do recognize that there are issues that we are dealing with as a board that, quite frankly, I'm still to this day, based on conversation, still kind of oblivious to what got us here, right? And I think the first piece in reflection is looking around and figuring out, how did I get to this point right now? Because if we don't know that, then, and I don't, quite frankly, we can't move forward. So I would ask if it's feasible, if we have some follow-up at some point, whether it's an open board meeting or a study session, whatever, that if staff could put together or provide us with, more detailed links. And I think what was sent was probably more than adequate, and I do appreciate it, but my ineptness just didn't get me to where I needed to be. I think it would be important for us to review that together. And maybe this takes me back to my football coaching days, where we all sat around and watched tape of our game and kind of analyzed how we performed. I would suggest, and maybe this is getting ahead of ourselves here, because we do have a slide that actually speaks to our next steps, but I would suggest that we sit as a group and review that, because, and again, it's not to point fingers, but it's to be reflective and say, listen, okay, I see for myself how that could have impacted staff, could have impacted whatever. And I think doing that collectively is what's going to lead to the transparency that we need, breaking down the barriers so that we can move forward as a board. And so I do need to say that I did preempt Trustee Perez. We've reviewed both of these topics, and so now we're here at this point where we want to talk about next steps. So do you want to lead that?
Trustee Torres.
Trustee Torres, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. And actually, next steps has to do with some of the recommendations you already made. And so we discussed some of them at the past committee, but we really wanted to hear from the board. And so we wanted to actually share them at the very end. And so a study session was something that was definitely mentioned, because it warrants really the opportunity to come together and do some reflective work as a board, and also do some introspect work. And what does that look like? And we discussed having somebody who understands really college participatory governance process, understands ACCJC process, and really being part of the conversation as a facilitator. And so there are a couple of names that have been recommended. And so we're looking forward to being able to have additional names and then decide which ones would be the best ones. We've taken down some of the points, and I just want to go over some of the things that were mentioned to ensure that we capture it appropriately, so as we continue moving forward with the work. So next steps, what I've definitely heard was the importance of a study session, and really appreciating the reflective piece, because the reflective piece allows us to really come together in a non-judgmental way, which is really leading the work that we talk about. DEI is really what it is. It's getting to know one another, no judgment, simply we're going to take a look at the past. We're not going to spend too much time in the past, but we're going to give some time to respect and honor the wish of one of our trustees who wasn't part of the process. And then we're going to be moving forward. What do we need to do? And so we hear examples. My interpretation of examples and what you were requesting is, if I'm going to make a comment, I'm going to reference the example and bring perhaps some data, some information. So then whoever else is listening, they're able to reference it back and understand, oh, this is what you mean. And so, and just to be prepared with that piece for other board members who might not necessarily remember. So the board development training has to do with definitely bringing in some of those facilitators to come and do some of that work with us. And so we're going to look at some special dates that we can maybe come together. We'll maybe ask from the chancellor's office to kind of pull the trustees and see when that would look like, when we can have a date where ask is going to be from past to allow this a process that it's not rushed, a process that perhaps it might be a weekend because the evening people are tired and people have had a long day. And so it's a commitment. And so we all have many different things that we need to do. But in order to do this work, it's going to require a sacrifice. And then that's okay because it values it. So I know that during the day is usually the best time to come in, just like we did with the town halls perhaps. And so that's my suggestion in looking into a study session. I think an evening, we might be a little bit tired. I know in the past when we had some study sessions, really good ones, it happened on a Saturday and it was 2 Saturdays. And we might not need 2 Saturdays, but if we do, we do it. This, I believe, in my opinion, warrants it for the accreditation, to not to be rushed, and we can look at those days where we're comfortable to be able to do so. And that's what I've captured for next steps. Anything that you might have, that I might have missed, Trustee Lichto, from the notes that you're taking,
Yeah, I'm looking.
from recommendations? Board
I
members,
don't-
anything else you wanted to add for next steps? Definitely, we were talking about what we will do is after our conversation, we're going to use specific SMART goals. So we're going to be, we're going to measure it. And so we're going to know how are we doing as board members and do we need to pivot? And that's going to be really the charge of the task of the past committee to evaluate also this information. How are we doing? Bring feedback to the board. And so we'll talk about maybe a board evaluation. So there are measurable steps we're going to take. So we'll present that at the next meeting to discuss how that looks like. So that will be the data, Chair Pettis, that you're discussing. So we're also going to track our, if you will, the behavior, or not the behavior, but just how we're interacting in terms of the board. And we need to measure it to know if we're improving. One of the things also is as a board, we do have, if you look at the deadlines, and I think that there's a report that was added to us to this presentation or on this item. It's drafted 3/7. It gives us a general timeline of when we need to submit the report. I think a good goal is to have everything done by the end of this year, by November 2024. If you notice, the draft is going to start being vetted by the different committees, September, November 2024. So our goal is to hopefully be done with, not with the majority of the board development training. So as the committees are doing this work, they're vetting it. And so most of the work has been done from our end, so they're able to write about it. One of the things we're also going to do within PASS, we're going to model the same format as the ACCJ report. So I will be looking also at, I should say PASS at our board meetings, and I will also be attaching links to demonstrate how evidence of how as a board, we are also making decisions collectively, how we're working together. So it's going to become very much like research. So I was sharing at the PASS committee, I love research and I love supporting the evidence. And so I will be looking at a lot of the work that we're doing in terms of DEI, equity, how it's supported. So I will also develop for us as a board, also part of a piece of what we're doing. So I'm going to follow the same format that was used in the report to support the work that we're doing and to also come back to the board. Hey, I found this link where this is the behavior that we need to work on. So that'll be part of the measurable, because sometimes we're here. I don't go back and look at the board meetings. Sometimes I do, but not very often. So I think now I'm going to be doing that. And so that allows also for us, if we need to take a look at a couple of the meetings to change behaviors, we can do so. So those are, oh, thank you. They're there, what we've been discussing. And so as you can see, these are a couple of the things that we've all come together as a board to move forward with in the next maybe 6 months. So as you can see, we have a lot of wonderful work ahead of us.
Trustee Chancellor, thank you.
Thank you for that. Two other in my notes and prep for this, I wanted to explore, on compliance requirement. The team recommends that the governing board delegates full responsibility and authority to the CEO. I have a question in regards to a no vote. So when a trustee, or if a majority of the trustees engage in a no vote. It sends a message, but how do we fulfill compliance and not get involved in operations when we are voting no on something? So I think that's an area, and it's rare, but I think that needs to be looked at as well. And I'm sure other community college districts and councils and what have you, challenged with that. And the other thing I'd like to just mention for the record is Ed Code 70902. When I've, at CCLC conferences, when I've met with colleagues on different boards, one of the things that they reminded me of is don't forget what is statutory or codified or mentioned in Ed Code in regards to your delegation as a trustee. And it is, in some cases, really explicit. And this, this by no means is not a tit for tat type of thing. Okay. But I'm going to read it this way. One of the things it falls on our shoulders or responsibilities in Ed Code is establish student fees. It is required to establish by law, and its discretion fees that they authorized to establish. It goes on. And I don't mean that as like, well, in the weeds, but in reality, Ed Code is pretty clear on some of the things that do fall on our shoulders. And I know on the items that we get on the board policies, sometimes it's referenced as the Ed Code, but I think it's important to familiarize with that has all of our responsibilities listed out.
And just to verify, you stated Ed Code 70972. Did I get that right?
70902.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so in closing, unless there are any other items or issues that people want to bring up, I think that the conversation at the past committee was robust. Had the opportunity to meet with Trustee Torres to kind of hammer out some of the details and talk about kind of our approach, which did include a lot of that reflection. We think that's really, really important. That's key to our success. We obviously have an obstacle here that we're dealing with, but I think that this district has the commitment and the capacity to work through this. And, I feel very good about the fact that, at the end of this, a year or so from now, we'll be looking back and saying that we did great work getting us to a better place. And more importantly, I think we'll be a better board and thereby hopefully a better district in the process. So I guess that's my commitment. And I know it's Trustee Torres's commitment. And I think I speak for the entire board that is our collective goal. And so, from my standpoint, my common theme is it's time to move onward. And so that's exactly what we'll do.
So, I want to add my comment that I believe that the board is fully committed to doing what we need to do, not just to get this 18-month report completed, but because it'll help us realize our best potential as serving as on this board for the benefit of our students and such. I want to thank the past committee for your work. I think we've got the right individuals, one that likes research and data and going to get it. And then the head coach here that'll help us work as a team. So I like that.
I do need to say that our presentation was originally 24 slides or more, I think, but Dr. Watkins over there cut us down to 10. So
My utmost appreciation to and not to ignore our student trustee, but feel free at any time, send a memo to the committee, or I believe it's appropriate. You can attend the committee and participate as student trustee, offer your thoughts, but I'll just say it this way. This is on us. It's not on you. So, but you're here operating with us. So any insight you can offer, I think will be appreciated, and I'm sure it would be helpful.
I just have a quick question. Who's gonna plan the study session?
I'm sorry?
Who would plan the session?
We'll, do you have a request or a suggestion?
You.
A thought?
Yeah.
Well, if not now, share it with the chancellor, and then between he and I and Trustee Torres, we'll work on it. Thank you. Okay.
May I,
Yes, Chancellor.
So this is really in the area of managing expectations.
Yep.
There was some, I thought I heard a request in there about staff bird dogging some of the places where there evidence might be that to show some examples. I want to expand that just a little bit. The visiting team's information wasn't, there might have been a board meeting video link that they looked at and said, yeah, that looks like a problem area there, to be sure. Those links I think are available. We could probably make those more harder to get at is going to be the conversations and the interviews that they had with staff at the colleges, Senate leaders and others, as they were trying to understand through that core inquiry process what this actually meant. And at the last past meeting, if you recall, there was a request by Trustee Torres for give us the feedback. We want to hear the feedback from staff. And I made the comment at the time that the question is appreciated, but staff are going to be very reluctant to put themselves out there in a critical way with the board, or what could be perceived as a critical way with the board, because of the fear of, right or wrong, the fear of some retaliation, retribution, or just a negative view of that employee who's providing that input. So I think the information's needed. There may be another way to get it, and I think we need to do some work on how to do that, and it might be through a survey process, or just simply asking the question to the colleges to help us understand from your participation in the ICERs and the core inquiries and the evaluation team visits, what it is that you'd like the board to know in terms of that feedback about this particular item. So that's the first thing it's a deeper source of information than that is all. The other piece is I just want to be clear on, and it's hard for me to hear sometimes some of everything that's going on, but I just want to be clear that the board or the committee are not writing the report to the accrediting body. That the colleges are required to respond to these any of the inquiries that come from the VCCCD, and they're going to be working up based on their observations and the inputs they get from what's happening over the course of this time frame that we're talking about, and documenting the board actions and activities that have been a part of that. So I don't want to, I might have misheard that, but I just want to make sure that it's not incumbent on the board to produce the report that goes back to CJC. It's on the colleges there, because all colleges share in common these findings. There will be a coordinated effort with writing teams from the colleges to document this work. Yeah, that's it. So thanks for letting me clarify.
As I understand it, the board's role in the report, though, is responding to the recommendations.
Absolutely.
And so that's on us. And so that will be ideally the evidence that the colleges then use to come up with the.
And Chair Perez, it seems that, at least to me, and maybe in this moment only, that those individuals that are going to be writing those responses based on board actions potentially should be part of our board study sessions, or at least or at least participate to some degree. Just kind of my thought process from at least to some level, because the reality is our meeting would have to be open anyhow, correct?
They will be open.
Yeah, they're
most
open
definitely.
meetings. So I think that if we're having discussions to right the ship, for lack of a better term, and we're moving in that direction, I think in the name of transparency, I think it would be important to have the people that are going to be responding to the item present.
Trustee Torres.
So the report really, what was listed is an area to allow us to grow as a board. And so really, the study sessions are intended for us and not necessarily for an audience. I mean, audience can see us, but not necessarily for them to have information to write a report. And I really just see it for us to have in those true conversations that you were mentioning about, okay, let's just talk about like what is going on, or I actually saw this behavior. I don't understand it. So can you please help me understand why this happened? And I think that happens as a board. I think once we have those conversations, the rest follows, because really I think the writers are going to write about what happens at the dais, questions. And I do want to thank, there was members who were present and shared an example about what are some of the things they noticed and gave some feedback of a operational perhaps decision. And that was really well taken and appreciated for the comment. And so I think for us, when it comes to study sessions, it's more us. And then the writers are going to write, I think, based what they're observing in the meetings, but that is going to be based on us coming together and having those conversations and discussing it. And as I see it, we're doing more internal introspect work. And if this is just what happens, like, okay, great, this is something we need to respond. I truly believe that the process will take care of itself when we come together and we ask those questions that we may have with one another. Some of the information that I have is because having gone through this accreditation for the very first time, I know there's writers, but I like for my own self, as we're doing this work, I like to write, and I like to look at evidence and to see what we're doing, and it'll help us to be able to measure the work that we're doing for us as a board. And it'll help with the evaluation process. And for me, it's important to be able to have that. That's something that having gone through accreditation first time, I didn't know. And so now it's like, I'm not writing it, but I'm definitely going to be writing pieces for the board and including links to the board. So we're able to see behaviors of how we're supporting the work that we're doing. My vision is, as the consultant that we're working with will probably appreciate it too, or perhaps the consultant looks at the videos and does the work for us. But we're really going to take a look at this consultant that's going to come and really help us, like a consultant who's on our team, who understands it and perhaps helps us do this. So we're able to pivot and make changes. So that's the purpose of us writing. And so going through this, I love all of this work. And so I'm happy to do this for our board. I think we need to. And so we look at our strengths and what we have to bring. So I kind of look at it that way. So as we're planning our study sessions, I think it's good if it's the board, it'll be open to the public, but I like the way we had them in the past and the work we did. So that's my final comment.
Well, and it's my sense that the committee has benefit of the board input tonight, and you will further drive out any questions that we presented and or have raised individually. So with that, if there's nothing more, thank you. That brings us to item 1801, Chancellor's Report. And I'll just comment, there's a whole lot of stuff going on around. So thank you for all that information. But Chancellor?
So I am going to be very brief. I just want to, because we do have it's really under my report, you have an FY25 budget update where Vice Chancellor Boharkis is going to talk a little bit about that. But I do want to just reference the dual enrollment meeting and I'm really pleased that feedback is finding its way, because as the board knows, this is it's actually on my goals. One of my goals is around enrollment management is looking at really kind of cresting the curve on dual enrollment and from an equity position of access and throughout our service area. It was the second of those meetings, widely attended from districts throughout the county. Probably about half the people in the room were different than the people who were in the room the first time. And we had new people, which is actually a good thing, because it gives us a chance to bring more on board. But I really want to commend Dr. Herrera and her efforts really picking this up and working collaboratively, not just on the dual enrollment piece of this, but on the working on the workforce training side and working with the Board of Education and other entities to help us really elevate the work that we're trying to do. Again, when we look at our value proposition and what we bring to this community and being able to visibly make that case and support that case of the value that we're adding to the community. So We have a lot of work to do. This is hard work, especially on the dual enrollment side. We're committed to it, and the journey has begun, and I'm glad you're getting that feedback. So that's good to know. I, along with Dr. Sokanu and Kathy Bojorquez, and with an introduction from Chair Perez, had the opportunity to present our district to the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. Their interest was piqued by the rumblings of our bond exploration, and it was natural that they would want to hear from us. We presented again on not just the access and the equity and the lives we touch, which I like to lead those presentations off with one little data point. Last year we touched nearly 40,000 lives in Ventura County, and that's a pretty big number. But the big part of the presentation was to help them understand impact and outcomes, not just on student success, but on our impact in elevating families and livable wages, and allowing or enabling employers, business and industry to achieve a higher productivity and the outcomes that are going to grow businesses and enterprises in the nonprofit sector, all of them in Ventura County. And the feedback we received from that presentation was very well received. It's starting to shape up into what will likely become some pretty consistent talking points as we think forward over the next several months, as we begin to roll out our intentions should we get there with the bond initiative. Also had the opportunity to make a similar but different, or same but different presentation to the Simi Valley Rotary Evening Club a week or so ago. And I say all of this to invite the board to, and anybody in the audience, to please let me know. We're looking for any group to get in front of to tell our story. One of the things that we've learned, and I won't go into the details of how that learning has come about, but we're not always seen. We're a great district with great colleges, and we do really good work day in and day out. And sometimes when you're doing things right and doing it well, you start to slip under the radar of many in the community who may not understand that value. And it's incumbent on us to get out in front of that, and especially in a time when we're going to really be going for possibly a big ask in the community, to do that consistently and stay on message. So if you'll please think of the groups that you're affiliated with or associated with. I have a minimum group size in mind of anybody that I'll talk to about what we're doing in the district, and that group size is 1. So any group, however small or large, let us know. And it won't just be me doing the talking. We have a lot of deputies in the room who are going to be helping with this messaging. And well, so that concludes my part of the report. I'd like to now turn it over to Vice Chancellor Bojorquez to give an FY25 budget update.
Thank you, Dr. McLennan. You have my report for your reading. I do want to highlight some things in it. First of all, the Ledge Analyst's Office is the body that makes recommendations and does analysis for the legislature. That is who they report to. And so they had opportunity to issue 2 reports in February. The first one was an update on the state revenues that they did based on having information all of January and part of February's revenue earnings. And then the second report they did was an analysis of Prop 98 and the governor's proposals for the education community. So I want to just highlight on the revenue portion that the Ledge Analyst's Office, which I'm going to call LAO from this point forward, looked at our recent revenues, and they have determined that based on the current forecast, they believe that the the forecast is about 24 billion below what the governor forecasted. And if you'll recall, the governor's forecast was for his January budget proposal. So the Ledge Analyst's office has a little bit more information. It will continue to change as receipts come in. And they believe that there is about a $15 billion increase in the state deficit, which brings the whole problem for the state to 73 billion. The education portion, that was an increase of 7.7 billion. And what I want to highlight is as we're talking about these deficits and the issues for education, is that we actually do a 3-year. So as we're always talking that it's next year's budget, whatever, this year it's fiscal year 25. In education, the way Prop 98 works is we're actually looking over a 3-year window. We're looking at last year's because our enrollment figures, our FTS is finally finalized. And so they're getting final numbers to determine what our portion should be at that time. They're looking at the current year on how it's trending based on enrollment reports we're submitting. And they're looking at the out year. So that's important to know that some of it is known as in last year's, but the future, you know, these are just projections and estimates. And so we'll go from there. The other piece that they focused on was the proposals by the governor. The governor has proposed a lot of one-time funds or also continuing funds. And a really large piece of it that's very concerning to the LAO office, and I can say for most of the fiscal people throughout the community college system, is his proposal on how to address the shortage from last year, 2022-23. So now that everyone submitted all of their enrollment figures, the system as a whole is short $9.1 billion from what they told us they were giving us, and they allocated to all of the districts, to what the actual calculation is now that they have the numbers. And so the governor is proposing a internal borrowing where he wants to borrow from the non-Prop 98 side of the state budget, Health and Human Services, other departments such as that. And he wants to borrow that money to backfill the 9.1%, or excuse me, 9.1 billion that is that was issued to the Prop 98 side of the house. And then he wants to borrow or replenish that borrowing starting in 25-26 for 5 years, putting all of the burden on the non-Prop 98 side of the house. And this, the LAO has grave concerns with this. First of all, it's never been done before. It's a very bad precedence to do. And it puts a strain on the state budget out in the future. The state budget currently, as of January, does project future deficits in out years. So this is really just kind of shifting the problem into future years, which is very concerning. So what the LAO is recommending as a possible solution is we do have state reserves. We have reserves that are for the entire state budget, and we have reserves that are specific to Prop 98. And the LAO is recommending that the governor use those reserves to backfill for this shortage of the 9.1 billion to make all the districts whole at that point. Okay, which is a good solution in my opinion. Then they have some concerns about the governors. They go on to talk about some of his recommendations for ongoing and one-time funds. So as you've read and we've heard about, there's a small COLA, 0.76%, I believe, recommended. And the governor is proposing some funds for nursing programs and just a few categoricals gain COLA. They are recommending that there be a zero COLA, and that the governor's office and the legislature look at what programs have funding, on whether they can sweep some funds that haven't been used, or perhaps not fund some proposals of the governor. And they are also suggesting that they look at some policy decision. So I'm going to highlight for you just two of those. So they are recommending that the governor look at possibly sweeping funds. Some of those funds could affect our district. Some of them may not. It depends on which programs they go to. But for example, the budget has a growth fund built into our allocation, and it is not growth in the sense that, you know, our district is growing. We have higher FTS than we did a previous year, but this is growth beyond your pre-COVID numbers. So there's a point where right now we are just recouping our FTES to get us back to kind of our starting point, I guess is the way I would put it. And so the governor has dedicated funds in this fiscal year, and he's proposing for next year growth funds. So those would only be eligible for districts that have already kind of reached their pre-starting point and are now actually growing. And those funds, not all those funds have not fully been utilized this year. They're not anticipating it. And so that would be a way for the state to adjust some funds that may or may not affect districts. It depends on where they are in their enrollment and their FTES counts. They're also suggesting those some that would affect us. They're suggesting sweeping funds from programs like Strong Workforce, that if they have funds from past years that have not been spent yet, that they could sweep those funds. So that would affect us. And then I just want to highlight for you a big area that potentially could affect us. It would possibly for sure affect us in the future. There is a policy decision that they would suggest the legislator make. So currently, some of you may be aware of this. I know Trustee Perez is because he's been on the board so long, but there is an option with our summer enrollment. So we often have summer classes that start in one fiscal year, but they end in another fiscal year, in the next fiscal year. So as a district can look at that and determine if they want the FTES for that fiscal year to be included in year 1 or year 2. And by doing that, a district has an opportunity to increase their FTES in 1 year. And as the state is going to be developing in our student-centered funding formula, a new funding floor, it is possible that districts may take advantage of this ability to shift summer enrollment to maximize their funding floor. And that would be something that we as a district would look at because it's an option. And they are suggesting that the legislature change that law so that a district could only claim summer like one time during the year. So ideally for the suggestion by the LAO, the summer would be the beginning of the fiscal calendar year for a school district. And so they wouldn't have that opportunity. So those are key things for us to pay attention to.
Real quick question, just to clarify. So if I'm hearing you right, this would allow the district to shift FTS by 1 day. So in that way, the state would be recovering those funds.
Well, what it does is, and we've actually done this in the past in this district. So what it does is it bumps up. So year 1, you may have a very high FTES number because you're taking FTES that could be used in year 2 and you're putting it all into year 1. And then your year 2 number would be greatly dropped. This was more, I think, used more back when we used to be funded on prior year FTS only. Now with our new funding formula, there is a 3-year average. So, but because of this potential new funding floor, it's an area that the fiscal people in the state have been talking about as trying to analyze if maybe that would be a benefit. And so this would take that option away. So you would see some districts, they'd have a high year, then a really low year, then a high year, then a low year, and they would use this to maximize their allocation from the state.
from a state budget standpoint, though, it does seem like kicking the can just a little bit.
Well, it would, and from a, I would say a more practical point of view, we know that the state has limited dollars. So if half the districts do that and bump up to get their hold harmless,
Right.
bumped up, that first year, I'm not sure they'd see any of the revenues, because if the state doesn't have enough funds to, enough funding to meet the obligation, then they just deficit fund us in our allocations. But moving forward, that would be your new floor moving forward. So long-term, there may be a benefit. I'm not sure in the short term, there'd be an immediate
I
benefit.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyway, and so that really are the highlights of what it is that the LAO said. It's very important to remember that the LAO is just advisory to the legislature. The budget is actually the governor's. So at the May revise, it will be the governor's May revise that they propose, that he proposes, excuse me. It'll be very interesting to see how he responds to these comments from the LAO, but once the governor presents his May revise, then that's when the legislature starts to meet with individuals from the governor's office, and there's some negotiations that happens, and eventually the legislature passes. the budget.
I don't recall in recent years that the LAO has been in such opposition to the governor's proposed budget as
You-
they are this year.
You are correct. This is, I think they're very concerned. I've also not seen them where they've come out with the actual report. We'll usually start to hear how revenues are coming in or how the projections are going. But this is the first time I've seen them actually print a report and issue it to address that they believe that the shortfall at the state will be greater than what was proposed in January. Like I said, we usually hear a little bit and then we wait till May. And when the May revise comes out, the LAO again, that is the normal time they would then do their analysis along with the league.
So I guess we'll anticipate what happens May 15th.
Yes.
Look
I
forward to
do-
that.
I do want to just say though, that our district is positioned appropriately to be able to address these potential shortfalls. The board has done a good job of fiscal management. We have our policy on reserves. We budget a 1% deficit when we do our adopted budgets as part of the adoption, or excuse me, the allocation model and our assumptions. And so we will, bring forward news as we get it. Thank you.
And as I participate on the CCCT board, oftentimes the board members are asked, what are the impacts, potential impacts to our district? So I'll be through the chancellor seeking that information as it evolves. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 1803, in trustee request for reports. Have any? Okay, and we have the list of pending reports coming. Student trustee, thank you for submitting your report. Is there anything you wanted to add to your written report?
So earlier, because we touched up on the topic, and trustee chancellor mentioned it, the students met, for the Student Trustee Advisory Council on March 7th. And we discussed the board agenda. So basically what's presented today. And we noticed, 15.03 action to approve increase to daily parking fees effective July 1st. We requested that to be pulled because we didn't feel like there was enough student representation so we wanted to have it come back to the Associate Student Government, and they'll be able to provide more input. So it does fall into our 9+1s, and I put our 9+1s there as reference for everyone. We also had Dan Watkins present. He gave a wonderful presentation in our emergency notification system, which we've been wanting to get him to present based on recent events happening in our campuses. And we got a lot of the students had the opportunity to answer, to ask him questions, and he did an amazing in answering. And a lot got clarified for us. And I also wanted to say that I attended both Ventura College and Oxnard College Dean List. And they're both wonderful events. I really enjoyed them. It gives me a preview of what graduation is going to feel like. And I am so excited. One thing that I did love that Oxnard College had Elizabeth present. Elizabeth was present. She was a student speaker. She was amazing. I thought it added so much more enrichment into the Dean's List itself. She shared her story and she was fabulous. That's it.
Thank you. 1902 trustee reports, trustee Chancellor.
I just added something and it came from the what Vice Chancellor Barca said in regards to the budget. I think it's important that we put on a future board meeting our board policy on reserves, because we've done a great job of building those reserves and preserving those reserves, but obviously they're there for tough economic times. And I think it's important to review the mechanisms in place within that policy of actually utilizing those, if in fact we need to. Hopefully we don't, but just to review that, because that's uncharted territory for a downward economic turn for my 6 years on the board. So I'd like a reminder of that. Parking, I do have some notes on there. One of the things that it was either in the guiding principles or the allocation model and parkings I forgot to mention, but parking is a big issue. And one of the issues that comes out is current practice of not receiving a lot of revenue on the parking side. And this came out in admin services. That used to be a major source of funding for our police department. And as that is removed, that was, we are now using general fund dollars, which is a newer practice to do that. So I think it's important that parking is explored a little bit more through students and at the board level. And one other comment I have in regards to these downward cycles of the economy or potential downward cycles and gloom and doom days, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's also opportunity there, and that opportunity may come in increased enrollment and increase bringing more and more students in to capture more students and of course the dollars that follow them. So I'm eager to, I know that work's already being done and has never stopped. We're constantly doing that work, but I'm eager to see even more new and creative ideas to do just that. So there's been a lot of thorough reports tonight, and I just want to say thank you so much for those, the clarity of those reports and the work that goes behind the scenes to produce them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, trustee Torres. Trustee Lichtel.
First of all, I want to congratulate James Zavas on his new position, and we wish you well. And you could stay in that position as long as you never do an 8-hour presentation on the budget, which he threatened earlier. I was just curious if student trustee Figueroa, were you on both dean's lists at Oxnard and Ventura, or were you just a participant or a observer? Oh, that's awesome. I also wanted to commend you for your part of your report. You mentioned some real details about our board agenda and digging in and including students in the discussions related to the topics. And I think that is definitely commendable, and it really shows a lot about your leadership. So keep up the good work in that vein. And then Trustee Chancellor mentioned something about the downturn in the economy and how that provides opportunity. And I agree with what he said, but I want to add that it also gives the opportunity to get better at what we're doing. You know, when there's fewer resources and we, you know, if streamlining, if it comes to that, it is an opportunity to kind of get better and move forward and continue to meet the needs of our students, you know, in a more, potentially in a more effective manner. I know that some of those conversations, if it comes to it, could be difficult ones. But at the same time, I think that this board will make decisions in the best interest of our students and our district. And with that, Chair Perez, thank you for running a really efficient meeting this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for helping make it happen. a lot of the items or events I've been able to attend, fortunate enough to attend. And, you know, I have the luxury of being retired, so I have more time than you working folk. But that also gives me the opportunity to really see firsthand the great work and the fortitude put forth by everyone at our campuses and the district center. Because you know, it doesn't really show. I mean, even it doesn't, I mean, we don't get to see it firsthand. And it doesn't, it comes through in the reports, but I appreciate when the college presidents, for example, highlight some of the key moments from their activities that they put in their reports. And as the chancellor had mentioned earlier in his feedback, you know, the word is getting out there of the great community resource that our colleges represent to the community. And so, you know, I've been on this board and this is into my 14th year now. So I have that frame of reference of where we once were. And even with the challenges that we all have and we as a board have, I think we're light years ahead of where we were at one time. And so I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all. And I love when I see you out there in the community as well, or I read of you in certain postings. And since Dr. Herrera was posted a one in connection with the International Women's Day, and I forget exactly where, Oscar, you're shaking your head. What was it? But anyway, it was a great bio on you. And what the community doesn't understand is the talent that we have here at our campuses and in our district. So we should know that and appreciate that. And thank you all for that. Have a great, I was gonna say rest of your evening, but have a good rest of your evening. Have a great weekend, St. Patrick's Day. And with that, Trustee Torres, we are adjourned. Right. Oh. Gosh.